Hello gang, welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show. So apologies, we're starting a little bit late today. Unfortunately, got a bit busy with something in real life for once. So unfortunately, that's why we're starting a little bit late today. But we have a really interesting stream coming up. At least I hope it's going to be pretty interesting. We have a couple of different things that we want to do. The first thing is that I've actually been playing around quite a bit with the cross-realm arbitrage, basically. So what I mean by that is with the warbanks, you could actually do this before if you had two different accounts, but especially now with the warbanks, you can even do this with one account. But basically crafting goods on your main server and then transferring them over to other servers that have different server economics than your home server in order to basically make a lot more gold. Now, I've been doing this very casually prior to the warbanks coming online as well, where basically if you had two accounts, what you could do is either if you had two accounts or if you had a friend you trusted enough to do this with, you could basically transfer cross-realm. And so previously I tested this out with things like the PvP gear, and I just crafted a couple of the crafted PvP rings and necks in Dragonflight, the season 4 versions of this, of those items. And basically I crafted a couple of them, transferred them over to another realm, and while they were selling for like 700, at that point they were selling for like 400 gold on my home realm, right? My crafting cost was around 250, 350 gold. They would only sell for 300 or 400 gold, and there would be a lot of auction house PvP involved. The second I transferred them to another realm, I sold those same exact items for like, 8k, in some cases as high as like 20k for a single crafted item, right? I can't do the mental math to figure out how many I would have had to sell on my home realm, but essentially it's super powerful, right? Because if you're looking for profits, you can move the goods over to a less populated realm, and there you'll get a lot more profits. If you're looking for volume, you can move to a more populated realm, right? At the very least, you can spread out your inventory across more auction houses, and so sell more, and definitely sell more, but potentially even make more profit on the exact same items that you would have been selling in any case. So I've been doing that across a couple of the top North American servers the past couple days. And so the first thing I wanted to do was just go through some of those servers, look at what we've been selling, how well they've sold. So to give you guys some ideas of how I've been making gold through doing that, I really had an eye-opening sort of experience with it yesterday because of the fact that I had listed a bunch of these items. Like I transferred, I think, 2 rings and 2 necks to a bunch of different servers. And yesterday I was just going through my character list and I logged on to 2 random characters, and they had like 50,000 gold, 60,000 gold sitting in their inboxes. That I was just like, wow, free gold. Like I forgot I did that. And as we're getting closer and closer to the war within, of course, the bigger the war chest you have, the easier it's going to be to do things like level up professions and to manage more alts, all that. Because leveling professions is going to be pretty pricey, at least in the first couple of weeks. Though it is one of those things where the more within a limit, the more gold you have able to invest at the start, the more gold you should be able to make during the entire launch period, right? And the pre-patch has actually been a great time for gold making. I didn't expect it to be this good, to be honest. I haven't been spending nearly as much time on gold making because I've mainly been focused on either leveling alts, getting them through the Radiant Echoes event, and also gearing up characters, right? That's what we spent some time on Wednesday's stream doing. But so quickly we'll look at what's sold there, what's been doing well for us, and all that fun stuff. And then after that, being a Friday, of course, we're going to hop over to the beta realm. And now that the leveling realms are back up, what I wanted to do on today's stream is take a look through what we're going to begin doing on all these alts, right? I plan on having at least about 40 level 70s good, like ready to go straight into the war within, right? Primarily I intend to use them for professions and more importantly for their concentration pools. But that said, I want to see how long it's going to take to get them set up for all of that, right? We know that you can fly. We figured out on stream that you can basically just have them take the portal from Orgrimmar, and more or less dragon ride, sky ride straight to Dornogal, which is the new capital city. So getting professions learned on them as long as you're level 68 and basically have dragon riding unlocked, which I think everyone does at this point, or at least I think if any of this makes sense to you, you probably already have it unlocked. But beyond that, I want to see, what else do we need to do to get set up? Are there any profession quests? Are there any other things in Dornogal? Similarly, what are the reputations like? Are there any early quests that it makes sense to do on all of our alts? Quests, potentially, like looted items as well. And we may also fly around and pick up some of the treasures. I have been able to, thanks to a YouTube channel called Golden TV, I was able to find the locations of all of the different, he was able to find the location of all the different treasure items, the knowledge point treasure items. And so we may fly around and take a look at how quick it is to get those on alts as well, because that will be a source of 12 of the knowledge points, which is going to be very crucial early on, right? In the past few beta streams, we were limited to the level 80 realms. And so we saw there that a lot of professions, you can actually max out a lot of their like material crafting benefits, which is ideally what you want to do on an alt, simply by having the early like 30 to 40 knowledge points that you get from first craft bonuses, and then also from looting those profession treasures. So we need to see how labor intensive that actually is, right? Having 40 level 70s is all fine and good. If I need to spend an hour on each of those alts every week, realistically, I'm not going to be spending 40 hours managing alts, right? I don't really care how much gold I'm making at that point. It's just not going to be worth it, and I will end up burning myself out. So yeah, so I kind of want to get a feel for, on the leveling servers, first of all, how many characters do we actually need at level 80? Right, my plan for early access is just to take my time with my first character. I mean, not go super slow, but enjoy the like launch process, enjoy the early leveling, enjoy getting my first character to 80, seeing the new zones and so forth. That's one of the reasons why I haven't leveled the character to 80 on the beta, as tempted as I was. But that was one of the reasons, right? I actually do want to enjoy the launch of the expansion and have that fun time, and that's sort of what I recommend everyone kind of does, is take your time with the first character that you're leveling through the expansion. There will always be plenty of gold to make, and yeah, I mean, if you start a day or two later, will you miss out on some of the crazy profits? Potentially, but I mean, at the end of the day, hopefully we're playing this game to have fun, and I think trying to min-max everything all the time is can get a little burnouty, which we don't want to do, right? Because ultimately, for gold making, as it is with anything, it's more so consistency and making sure that you don't burn yourself out and actually enjoy the entire process as well, right? This is a game at the end of the day. So we're going to take a look at basically the initial like setup process for each of these alts, what we plan on having them do once they're in Khazalgar. And then lastly, the other thing not lastly, but the next thing we want to check is I also want to see how good delves are for solo leveling. The reason being is that early on, the quest zones and all of the zones are going to be absolutely flooded with people, so it may be a little bit tough to quest through those zones when they're as populated as they will be on launch day. Delves, on the other hand, are instanced and you can queue for them completely solo. So if they are a good source of experience, that could be kind of interesting. The other reason that we may want to do that is, my understanding is, as of the current version of beta, the main quest line, like the main storyline campaign quests, the campaign quest line for the War Within basically only gets you to about level 75, after which you are it's sort of that vanilla thing of you kind of need to figure out how you get those last 5 levels. And so maybe we find out the delves are a really good source of experience early on, in which case, depending on how flooded your server is, hopefully with the sharding and the other things that Blizzard does to keep things from getting too crazy, hopefully it should still be possible to level characters without too much pain. But at the same time, maybe we choose Excuse me, bit my tongue there. That was not fun. In any case, if we find that delves are a great source of early experience, maybe we do some delves first and then get to the questing, you know, also so that everything will scale, I believe, so I don't think we'll really out like level any of the content, right? But it may just be easier to do it that way. So we will take a look at delves on the live servers, or on the leveling servers rather, and see also what the process is to unlock the delves, right? I definitely want to familiarize myself with that as well, because I think we also want to see what some of the other rewards that we get from delves are, and probably the character that we're going to try leveling is going to be a tailor, because I want to see how feasible it is to farm, cloth in a delve environment. So with that said, let's go ahead and hit the auction. Let's hit the mailbox and see what we've been selling so far. I did open up all of my auction house mail on my main account this morning, and we had about 36,000 gold. So this is literally in the past 6 hours, I've sold about 42,000 gold worth of items. And you can see the big ones here are mainly enchants, right? Use up your concentration on your enchanter. There's healthy margins to be made on each of these. I think this was a 220% margin, so about 15,000 gold of this is profit. Similarly, for some of these other items, you know, the profit margins are pretty high as well. We're still far enough out from the war within that using up your concentration, you're going to regen it. You're going to regen your concentration, because it is a resource that like builds back up over a couple of days. And so for now, you definitely want to, use up concentration as much as you can on all of your characters. And that said, I see we have a couple of people watching us live on Twitch and on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching. If you're watching live, thank you so much for watching the video on demand, if that's what you're doing. Truly do appreciate it. I cannot tell you how much it means to me. If you are enjoying the content, and I'll try not to say this too many times during the stream, but if you are enjoying the content, drop a like, drop a follow, drop a subscribe, do all the things. But most importantly, if you're watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're excited for the War Within. If you've been playing the pre-patch, what are you most excited about? Like, what's been your favorite feature in the pre-patch? Because Blizzard has given us a lot during this pre-patch. I think the event, especially after they buffed everything, has been super sick. And Remix is still going on, right? So I think there's a lot of cool stuff and a lot more stuff to look forward to with the War Within. All right, so this is the first server that we have been selling on. Let's do a quick cancel scan. It looks like we only sold one item on this server, and it looks like we did get undercut on some of these items. And so, like I said, the main things I've been focusing on are the jewel crafted items. The jewel crafted PvP gear rather, so that's the neck and the ring. You can pick up those recipes super cheap, and those sell for pretty healthy margins across most servers. But on my home server, I think they're selling for like 700 gold, and on these servers I can sell them for like 2,000 gold. And for some of the other pieces, like the cloak is another item that I really like selling, because every class needs to buy one of these items, so there's just naturally a lot more demand for the cloaks, right? And it's a tailoring crafted item, so the mats are pretty cheap. And as you can see, I mean, my crafting cost, I don't think it shows up here, but my crafting cost is, I think 300, 400, 500 gold even, let's say. And these are selling for 9,900 gold, and they do actually sell. So we won't take too much time, because I am keen for us to get over to the beta as soon as possible. But we'll do a quick cancel scan here. And essentially what the process I've been following is what I'll do is I will on my like tailor, on my jewel crafter, I'll craft like 20 of these, right? And then I'll just come over to the warband bank and I'll dump a whole bunch of them in here. Let's see, I think we posted up everything we had. But basically with this, since it's region wide, right? I mean, like this toy, right? I crafted a bunch of them, stuck them in my warband bank, and now just on whichever servers I want to sell them on, I'm logging over and pulling out from the warbank as many of them as we need, and then making sure that we have them posted. And so for these other servers, you can decide. I mean, it really depends on how often you're going to be checking. It really depends on your bandwidth. If you're going to be checking these other servers on a regular basis, then post for 12 hours. Otherwise, do it for 24, 48, you know, whatever is most convenient to you and whatever is most realistic. But as you can see, right, this would have sold on my home realm for 400 gold by just transferring it over to this server and listing it on a different server instead, which now you can do without any, like, without needing a second account or needing to bug a friend. And also without having the limitation of, you know, when you had to previously do it through the trade window, you could only do 6 items at a time. Whereas now with the Warband Bank, you can really do as many as you can afford to pay for tabs. And one of my sort of meta goals is to try and see if I can pay for each of the tabs, each of the following tabs. I bought the 10,000. Well, I think the first one's 5,000, the second one's 10,000, or the second one is, I think it's 10,000, 25,000, and then 100,000. And so we did all 3 of those. But the next tab that I need to buy is going to cost me 500,000 gold. I do plan on buying it at some point. I have more than enough gold to buy it right now as well. But I kind of want to see if I can pay for it entirely with cross-realm trading itself. And yeah, there's no real special magic to that, but I figure it's worth a shot, right? And this is the other reason why, especially in the War Within, especially with the changes now, I mean, it's always been the case that having a separate account that you can, you know, do all of your banker stuff on while you're playing on your main account, or, you know, waiting for queues to pop and things like that, it's always been super profitable. And for me, at least, I've always found it to pay for itself. But especially in the War Within, now that you have, you know, multiple realms that you're going to be posting on, because what would happen is sometimes I would be done with all the auction house work that I would actually need to get done on my second account, and then I'd kind of just not be using it, right? Like, I'd be waiting in queue or something like that, and I wouldn't have any other work to do. Whereas if you're able to manage, you know, selling things on multiple realms, you're always gonna have something for, like, you can always go check, you can always go do a cancel scan on another realm. You can, you know, post more items up. You can do some market research for the other realms and see what items are selling at a higher profit there, you know, where arbitrage opportunities may exist and that kind of thing as well. Of course, you will have to, I mean, one of the limitations of the Warband Bank is that at any given time, you can only have one character that has access to the Warband Bank. And so if you do have multiple characters logged in, you will need to log out from both of them if the character that you want to access the Warband Bank on isn't the one that was logged on first. So basically the way Blizzard does it is if you have 2 characters that are, should we bother? Okay, let's, having the Warband Bank is also nice because you can just pull gold out for, like, for deposit costs, right? Because I always forget that deposit costs are a thing. You got to make sure that they're included in your, like, pricing equation, right? Because it is, I think it's something around like 5% is the auction house fees and all that fun stuff. But yeah, it is super handy being able to just, like, withdraw gold out of anywhere and everywhere. But yeah, so we're at almost 30.5 million gold. My new target is to have at least, like, 31 million gold and as many of the Warband Bank tabs as possible. Although we may go into War Within with slightly less gold than that, because I do also want to pick up I think it's 2.5 million gold for the Golden Scarab mount, which is, I mean, completely a gold sync mount, right? It's the only reason Blizzard put it in the game. But they did the Blizzard thing of they're basically going to be taking it off the vendor once the War Within drops, and it's going to instead then get listed on the black market auction house from time to time. And I have been burnt badly enough by the long boy, like the auction house mount, that I refuse to not cave into the FOMO this time around. So I can make back 3.5 million gold. I cannot deal with the FOMO of seeing someone else ride a mount that I could have bought and didn't. Yeah. I'm still, I don't check the black market auction house nearly as often as I should. I'm hoping that actually leveling up all these alts on all of these different realms may make it a little bit easier for me to try and locate a long boy auction house mount, because I feel like it's just every mount collector's dream mount, and certainly every goblin's like dream mount, right? Being able to auction things from wherever. Not that I would actually do that much. I don't think I would actually like go out into the world and like I don't think on my main I'm going to be like using it for that a whole bunch. I would probably just have this character parked in like I would still have my banker characters parked in this exact spot in Orgrimmar, because the bank is right nearby and the auction house is right nearby, and there's a vendor and a mailbox all that I can run between while mounted. So nothing's gonna like beat this spot, because even if I had the portable auction house, and let's say I put it on a goblin character who can like access their bank every now and then, and we use a mailbox toy, that's still not long enough to do all of my reposting cycles and all that fun stuff. So annoyingly, of course, because I'm doing this on stream, we don't have any sales on any of these characters so far. Hopefully Lidapple, this next character we're hopping on, does have some sales, and this part of the stream won't be completely pointless. But as always, since we are doing this on stream, I have sort of set myself up for failure, because if you've watched my stream at all, you know that if I try and do something on stream, it's probably not going to work, or at least not work the way I intended it to. Let's see. Okay, we sold one Rune Draconium Rod, and the crafting cost on this is literally like 20 gold, so this is more or less straight up profit. And yeah, so I mean, the items that I'm trying to test out selling on different realms are the same sort of like constant gold makers, right? Or at least that have been the most reliable gold makers for me during Dragonflight, and I expect them to be huge gold makers for me during the War Within as well, which is crafted PvP gear, right? That's always going to be big, and I think is going to be even bigger in the War Within. Right now, I think the market for those is a little bit constricted by the fact that literally anyone can fly over to the launch event area, the Radiant Echoes event, and pick up more or less as many 480 items, 480 eye level items as you have the time to fly around and get, right? I already have, I mean, my main was, I got my main to eye level 502, but even my main alt in like a couple of hours, I was able to get them to full 493 gear, and I can push past 493. The only reason I got them to 493 is because I wanted to unlock the normal mode transmog appearances for those items. So I upgraded them to 493 and then dumped them in the catalyst to unlock the tier set versions of it. Although strangely enough, we'll check in a second here. I just want to finish posting up these auctions, and I don't think we have any other characters that we're going to log on to for to see how we're doing in terms of sales rather. Let's see here. Where is it? It was the Death Knight. Yeah, so we unlocked the Death Knight. Where is it here? The Emir Drasil set, I think, was the one that we got from the Catalyst. Yeah, so annoyingly, we unlocked the, I mean, we got the Raid Finder gear because we put it in the Catalyst, so I don't know why it's not showing up here. Because I actually like the Raid Finder appearance kind of more than I like the normal mode, although I don't know. But the other interesting thing is that I upgraded an eye level 493 version of the bracers as well. So I'm in this weird position where the character has these bracers with the exact name Van Braces of the Risen Nightmare at normal difficulty, but doesn't have the appearance unlocked for some reason. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'm not sure if that's a bug or if that's working as intended or what the thing is. Hopefully our most valuable viewer, Seekjut, joins us on stream in a bit, and I can probably ask him because he seems to know a lot more than I do about transmog. To be fair, I've never really been super into transmog, and I really only started getting into transmog more so because of Remix, I would say, which is also kind of interesting, but mainly because of the fact that Remix just made it so easy to unlock all the appearances. And since I was primarily doing, I mean, initially I was doing Remix for the mounts, and then I figured out and then we all found out how easy it was to level alts, and I was like, oh, let's give that a swing. And so I leveled so many alts that I had more than enough bronze, like I had more bronze than I knew what to do with, and so I ended up buying every single bronze reward you can get. I think I still need to run like a mythic Siege of Orgrimmar to get that title, which I just haven't gotten around to doing. and I need the bones to like unlock or the tusks rather, to unlock the tusks of Manoroth, and to unlock the remaining like heirloom appearances, which, yeah, I mean, collecting heirlooms, cool. I still am not clear on what exactly the point of the heirlooms are in 11.0, right? Like, what are we doing with heirlooms? Like, why do heirlooms exist? I mean, I guess outside of events like Remix or having the launch event, they would help you like level up characters the like old school like grindy way. But even that, I mean, like the benefits that you get from heirlooms are so minimal that I'm like, it just extends your rest experience for a little bit. I mean, cool, but I'm like, each piece, like to upgrade it to full quality, you gotta spend like 30 or 40,000 gold per piece, or like 50,000 gold. It's some ridiculous amount per piece, and I'm like, at that point I would rather I would honestly probably rather buy a token or two. I don't even know what the like gold to token to what do you call it, 1,000 gold for Azure Weave Expedition Pack. This seems stupidly cheap. I could probably buy these and resell them on another realm for more gold. Low-key tempted, because this is below my crafting cost. I don't know why Trade Skill Master. I think it's because we're on like cross realm. It, for some reason, Trade Skill Master is not showing me the crafting cost here, but I believe these require 3 Azure Weaves each. And the Azure Weave bolts themselves are like 450. I mean, I bought them at like 450-ish gold. These are at like 5. I mean, it's currently at like 570, whatever. Do I not have the right settings on? No, we do have the region-wide trading enabled. So I don't know what's going on with Trade Skill Master and why it's not showing us the like crafting cost or like syncing properly. Presumably, I mean, it should be through here. But if we have region-wide trading enabled, I don't know. Trade Skill Master, unfortunately, is not in as pretty of a state as it usually is, which is kind of disappointing if I'm to be completely honest. But in any case, let's go ahead and dump these bags back here, and we'll put all this other gear as well. So that, oh no, wait, I'm putting it in my regular bank. We want to put them in our war bank. And that's just what I'm calling it now, by the way, the War Bank. I don't know why Blizzard went with Warband Bank, especially when War Bank was right there. It's just such a better name for it. There is actually an add-on you can get that will literally change anywhere in the interface that it says Warband Bank to War Bank, which definitely seems like something Blizzard should just do by default. War Bank is just a much better name than Warband Bank. Oh, and sorry, we did make another 8,000 gold on this realm, so it wasn't completely pointless, but hey, it is what it is. All right, and I don't think we listed anything on this character. I am a little annoyed that it's not showing me the male icon, unless if I select the actual realm, then it will show me the male, like the outstanding male icon. Let's swap back to Illidan here. Yeah, so it only shows you that you have outstanding mail if you're like swapped over to that server. I'm hoping this is something that they're gonna fix, right? Because having this interface is great, but if I need to manually swap realms to like whatever realm each of these characters is on to see if they have outstanding mail, that's not great. I would hope that whatever server I'm like logged into, it would still show me all these icons, right? And maybe that's hopefully that's a change that's coming with patch 11.0.2, which is also going to be bringing cross-realm guild banking, which I'm super excited for because I bought a super cheap guild a couple of years ago from someone who like had just logged on and found an empty, like an abandoned guild. And so, yeah, I'm gonna use that as a second warbank for anything that isn't like warband bound. All right, so as always, for some dang reason, the beta doesn't want to update for me here. Oh, geez, is it because an internal error occurred at this area? Could you try restarting battle.net? Yeah, obviously, anytime I try and stream anything from the beta, like anytime I try and log onto the beta on stream, we end up having a bunch of technical issues. So let's see if we can't get that sorted out. Let me try quitting WoW, because I think last time we had this issue. Just quitting WoW allowed it to update. For some reason it doesn't want to like update it in the background. And while we're waiting a couple of seconds for this upgrade, I think to update rather, I think we're going to take a quick little break, just so that we don't need to take one later on in the stream. And we will actually update all of our beta add-ons as well real quick, just because of the fact that since we're hopping onto the leveling realms, I do want to actually tinker around with some of the add-ons that we have. Anyways, let's take a quick break and I'll be right back. We are back. So the beta is, as always, giving me technical issues. Because as I always say, it's not the Adrel show if we don't have a boatload of technical issues. No matter how much time I spend off stream trying to fix things and optimize things. It seems like something or the other ends up messing up for us. But here we are. We're finally on the beta and we're good to go. One thing I actually also looked up is it turns out that actually what you want to do is you first want to catalyze the item, then upgrade it. I made a mistake on my Death Knight of upgrading the items to 493 and then catalyzing them. Turns out I should have done it the other way around, so that I would have unlocked the LFR appearance and then unlocked the normal mode appearance. So, well, lesson learned. I don't know if I plan on gearing up another Death Knight, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, now we are on the beta realms. Let's hop over to the leveling realms for a change now that they're back up. And you know what? Let's just go on to Illyria. I think I have some of my copied characters over there, so maybe we can also hit the auction house and see what prices are looking like. First off, I think my main, yeah, this is my main that I copied over. I think his bags are still super full, and this is, I copied him over early on in beta, so the eye level is absolute dog water. I was trying to not curse there. But what we'll do is we'll deposit all the gold into the war bank so that we can then access it from our other characters and see if we can pick up some cheap mats to level up professions. I do want to see how feasible it is with like a tailor to, you know, farm up the mats that we need to level up the profession itself, because we haven't really gotten much of an indication yet as to what early access is actually going to allow us to do, and you know what what it won't, like what we will and we won't have access to in early access. I've heard that they may be limiting professions. I know profession weekly quests and potentially NPC work orders and or patron work orders, I guess as they're now calling them, aren't enabled. Yeah, like I was saying, my bags are absolutely crammed full of nonsense, and I have an eye level of 474, which is not great. So we definitely aren't going to be taking this character over. I'll just use one of the dummy characters. But let's head over here to the war bank and at least deposit all of our gold at the very least. Right? How much do we have? We have 6,865,333 gold. All right, let's go ahead and deposit that into the warband bank. What's this? Oh, this is just some random blue green that we have. Blue green, some random blue BOE item that we had on this character. All right, now, what did we want to do? First things first, let's hop over to another character is basically the point, right? I suppose we can take, could just, let's see what exactly we're doing here. Because I think they haven't put in the like intro quest yet, so we have to talk to that NPC to get ported over to the new zones. I don't know if Blizzard's doing that to like avoid spoilers or if it's just not completed yet or what the thing is. Right, and so first we have to shove rocks off of us. And Council of Dornagal we're already at Renown 2 for. And we've unlocked, I guess, a cosmetic cloak and a eye level 467 cloak. I don't think that's going to be of too much use to us, seeing as how we should ideally have all of our characters should be at least all the characters we plan on leveling should hopefully be eye level 502 come the actual launch date. But at the very least, I think eye level 493 is what we'll try and get. Looks like the next ones we get performances at the proscenium and a pouch of resonance crystals. It should be interesting to see if I'm assuming we will probably only get this once per account and not per character, but that could be interesting as well. We can get an earth encrusted gem, which can be used to purchase a cosmetic ensemble. Earthen works. Okay, so we want to get to Renown 5 with the Council of Dornagal pretty early on if we can, so that we unlock the armor kit, the chest intellect enchant, as well as the contract for the Council of Dornagal, which will also be a good gold maker early on, right? And then we get more resonance crystals. And resonance crystals, like I said, I haven't spent too much time on the leveling realm, so I'm not I'm still not super comfortable with all the currencies. That's one of the things that I kind of want to try and do a little bit of on today's stream. But I think I think these resonance crystals are going to be pretty useful to us, at least early on. Or, well, I mean, probably throughout the entirety of the expansion. Oh, of course, my inventory is full. In any case, it looks like 6 we get some crests, which is always nice. It doesn't mention that this is a warband wide reward, so I wonder how they're planning on making this work. Whether it's each character gets this. I'm guessing the warband, the things that are tagged as warband rewards, you only get once, and then probably these things that don't have the warband wide tag on them, probably you get them once per character. So it's nice that all of our characters will get 15 crests to begin with once we hit 6 renown. Council's collection 584. I don't know how good or bad that is, but that looks kind of interesting. Valor stones, which is a flight stone replacement. That's kind of nice. Earthen crested gems, blah blah blah. More crests, more gems, whatever. We unlock a tabard. Cool. More better crests. Profession knowledge. Okay, so this is going to be an important unlock for us, right? Because basically we're going to want to push this warband reputation as far as we can, so that we can get as many of these profession knowledge points unlocked for all of our alts, right? We do it on one character and it's account wide, so all of our other characters should have access to that knowledge as well. And it looks like Council of Dornagal will need for alchemy, blacksmithing, and enchanting and tailoring. And the way it worked in Dragonflight was you would get basically 5 renown with or 5 knowledge points from each of these, as well as some Artisan's Metal in Dragonflight and Artisan's Acuity in the War Within. So this is definitely something. This is, I think 5 is a major breakpoint for sure, right? Sorry, I'm just gonna note this down. And then 12 is the other one that we need from a gold making perspective, right? 12 for KP. And then 13 we get, I think this is a pet, presumably. Rocking and rolling. I don't know if that's a toy or what that is. Cosmetic shoulders, cool. Champion boots, cool. Coffer key. So this should be kind of interesting, because I believe these are the keys that you need to unlock some bonus rewards at the end of delves. And I think these are going to be pretty valuable, at least from a gear perspective. Presumably there is some gold making implications from that as well, but I suppose we'll have to see about that. Now, we can get the Smoldering Cinderbee mount at Renown 23. I don't see us hitting and like maxing out this Renown anytime early, but it looks like the only real gold making implicating ones are breakpoints for Council of Dornogal, at least, are 5 and then 12, right? As long as, I mean, basically those are the two Renown levels that we're going to try and push as soon as we can. We will try and see how many of the other factions we can unlock along the way, and I'm assuming that basically the first character that we take through will not be able to like just skip ahead, right? We will have to probably go through the entire campaign, which I don't think is something I really want to do, because like I said, I do kind of want to enjoy the leveling process. Oh geez, yeah, this is why I don't want to do this on this character, because the quest log is full, our inventory is full. This was a bad idea. All right, let's hop off of this character and let's go on to one of the like test characters that they give us. Oh, I need to uninstall Addy bags for what do you call it? Why do I have tidy plates, threats, trade skill info, Addy bags? Yeah, let's get rid of all these, at least for the beta. We definitely don't need them on the beta. All right, now let's create a character. No, we want to create a level up template character. And I'm going to be super creative here. And, ooh, I want to do a monk. Who has a bonus to tailoring? I do want to do the horde experience, because that's what I plan on doing. Do any of these people have a bonus to tailoring? I don't think any of I think the closest we'll get is probably the Kultiran, who get 2 bonus knowledge points in tailoring, but I don't know how much of a difference that will necessarily make towards anything. I am curious whether the cloth finding ability, so basically the way it's going to work in the War Within is cloth doesn't drop for everyone the way it has in every single other WoW expansion, right? Where cloth would drop for everyone, and then tailors had like a buff that would give them increased cloth drops, and then in Dragonflight and in the War Within you could spend knowledge points to get more cloth, right? I am curious as to whether the gathering stats will help with tailoring. Like if I was to do this on a Drakthir, who I believe gets additional perception, I think is the stat that gives you bonus, like gives you a higher chance to get additional rare reagents. I wonder if having a perception bonus will allow us to actually get better quality, have better quality cloth drop for us is what I'm trying to say here. It doesn't seem to be the case, so maybe we may just be boring and recreate my main character, since there's not really much. None of these seem to have too many other benefits. I think what we'll do is we'll change it up a bit. We'll do a Volpera monk. I do want to do a monk just because I can't be bothered to learn the rotation for another class right now. And Volperas are my favorite allied race. I think the additional backpack slots are great, right? 8 additional backpack slots is always a winner for me. My bags are always overflowing. And then the second thing is also having the camp ability is something that I really, really like. All right, Funzo. How's that for a random name? I like it. Funzo. Gear update requires levels 10 to 70. Where do I do the gear update? New gear and okay, let's do the gear update. I suppose we'll still keep the current the current gear that we have. Like, it'll just mail it to us. You must log in to complete your character boost. What? If you enter the world, you won't be able to get the free gear update. But if we try to do the free gear update, it tells us that we need to it tells us we need to log in first. So hopefully that's just a matter of the fact that we've what do you call it? Like just created this character new, and that's why it hasn't really happened. Copy key bindings. I don't think it'll let us copy. I don't think it will let us copy over our main again, because we've already copied it once. I don't know if I delete my main, does it allow me to copy my main over again? Interesting. Interesting. I do also find it pretty cool that on the beta realms you can also copy over from European realms, it looks like. Because I do have some characters on the European realms. I don't have them in any other region. Although it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe because I don't have beta access on on any of my like on a European account, and so maybe that's why it's not actually going to let me copy it over like that. All right, anyway, let's just go ahead and log on to this character. Funzo, processing character boost. Don't know what's gone wrong. And welcome again to everyone who's watching the stream live. What we're doing today is we looked a little bit at cross-realm trading and sort of how that has been working out for us. Spoiler alert, not insanely good. At least we didn't see great results on stream, but trust me, off stream, I've been making a decent amount of gold with it. And hey, in like, I think I posted all those auctions last night, and so between last night and today, I think in all we gathered like 20 or 30,000 gold, which is not too bad, but definitely a lot of gold making potential there. All right, I don't know why it won't let me log into that other character. I do have a level 70 like trial character that I've made here, that we previously used to test out some of the profession stuff and flying around Dornigal. We did a little city tour. You can check out the video on demand for that if you're interested. But anyway, let's first things first, let's head to the bank and pull out some gold. I think the reason I have all the trinkets is because when you right click on this item, it gives you 10,000 gold. And I think that's what I was doing, is I was using this item to give myself gold so that I could buy things off the auction house to level up professions. But it's easier to just copy over a character from live realms that has 6 million gold than clicking that item a whole bunch of times, because then we need to destroy all of those silly little items. All right, and I think we did the initial quests on this character as well. Looks like the catalyst is down there. I want to see if there's any changes to anything in Dornigal. It's been a while since I've been over to since I've been on these leveling realms. All right, and I think the last time we didn't have patron work orders available either, and now we have 12 of them available. So let's first and foremost see. Let's see how much skill did we actually get. We got ourselves, well, we didn't level up tailoring at all. I think we literally just couldn't buy cloth from anywhere, and so we didn't really mess with it much. And then enchanting, we got to 13 skill by just disenchanting things that we bought off the auction house for super cheap. Let's see if we can do any of the patron crafting orders. It makes sense that we can't, because of the fact that we have literally 1 skill in it, and we need 5 skill in tailoring to unlock our next recipe and start actually leveling up tailoring. Now, in terms of vendor items, we have moss wool thread is available to us. There was another item on here that I think was a beta only item that wasn't really something that I expected to see on live servers. And then our enchanting trainer is also somewhere around here. In the meantime, we have our first tailoring treasure. And so I do have a list of like TomTom waypoints for all the different profession items. But actually this one, so essentially this is what I was being told by Goldzen, the guy whose video I was mentioning earlier, is where I got the knowledge point locations from, is that basically on the map and through handy notes you can sort of just see where all the treasures are, and that's basically how he figured them out. I can't, interestingly enough though, it tells me that the item is here, but maybe I need more tailoring skill in order to be able to loot it, because it's basically the Dornigal Seam Ripper, which should be a lootable item somewhere here, but we may need more skill in tailoring in order to be able to loot it, unless I'm missing something, because this whole thing just seems to give me the tailoring work table. I think it's probably somewhere here. Yes, I'll probably need to like level up professions on some of these characters in order to be able to actually actually loot the treasures, I guess. I don't think it's down here. Exploring stuff on the beta is always fun. If you are watching live, first of all, thank you so much. Second of all, drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know, are you playing around with the beta at all? If so, is there anything cool that we should check out on stream, or that I should just check out in general on the beta? Because I've spent a lot of time on, well, I spent a decent bit of time, I would say, on the level 80 realms, just tinkering around with professions, and you know, we've analyzed most of the professions on stream. I think we still have a couple left. Boss vendor. I do wonder what they're selling these expensive gray items for. I wonder if there's going to be a use to them, or if they're just like placeholder items or something like that. In any case, let's actually head over to the auction house first and foremost and see if we can pick up some mats. And then after that, we are going to head back to the first zone and continue our questing and see how far we can push with that. Now, this is the bank. What am I doing? This is the other reason why I sort of dislike playing any class other than Monk, is because I'm too spoiled by having Roll, Flying Serpent Kick, and Tiger's Lust. Having like 3 movement speed buffs available to me at any given time outside of Remix is something that I've very much been spoiled by. Profession equipment specialist. So I am interested to see if they're planning on giving us any free profession equipment this time around, because in Dragonflight they did, but that was also because they were introducing the system, and so they needed to have something in game to like explain to you know, crafters that don't go on Wowhead. I mean, I don't know how many of those are out there. I feel like everyone just goes on Wowhead for everything, but that may just be me. I think there are probably a decent amount of players out there who prefer to not have to do that. And so, yeah, I wonder if they're going to do the same thing in the War Within and give us some free profession equipment, or whether we'll just need to gather it ourselves, quite literally. All right, and this is, of course, we covered it on the last stream as well, but this is one of the most important vendors in the entire expansion, because this is where we're going to, first of all, spend most of our artisan's acuity outside of, you know, crafting the actual profession tools, but also where we get some additional knowledge points, right? I think they have 2 different knowledge point items, each of which give you, or sorry, 3 of them, so 30 knowledge points in all that you can get from here. Artisan's acuity is going to be hard to come by though, and so you are going to have to make some difficult choices early on, especially since the artisan's acuity, you can either use it for knowledge points or for additional recipes, right? And yeah, so it should be interesting early on to see where you want to spec things in. And then once you've unlocked everything, the other nice thing that they've done is that they've given you the ability to then spend any spare artisan's acuity on actually purchasing these satchels that not only have mats, but also have a chance to contain a recipe that you don't know yet. Well, actually, I can't say that because I don't know if it's guaranteed to be a recipe that you don't know. Interestingly enough, this looks like the weekly quest that we're going to have to complete tailoring crafting orders, right? It doesn't look like we have one for enchanting. It should be interesting to see whether I guess for in Dragonflight, they didn't really have a replacement, right? Enchanting didn't have any weekly quests for crafting orders because there weren't really, really put a crafting order down for an enchant. It was really only for toys and for other like related items. And so I think what they did instead was basically the one like gathering quest that you had for enchanting gave you extra knowledge points versus any of the other professions that had a crafting order quest as well. And in this case, it looks like the weekly quest, I mean, XP is nice and all, but it looks like we'll get 2 of our knowledge points on a weekly basis from this tailoring crafting order quest, which will also be a lot easier to get this time around without having to log on and send yourself crafting orders and stuff, because of the fact that you can use NPC craft orders to complete that. So I'm happy to see that they've added that in. It doesn't look like we said, we don't have one for enchanting. Now, I do want to see how much artisan security we get from that. Let's quickly hit the enchanting vendor. I want to say the enchanting vendor was somewhere over here. Or you know what, we may actually unlearn enchanting and take something like mining or something like that instead, just to start gathering some of our own mats. All right, where's the auction house? I am flying in circles, doing nonsense. Okay, over here. Boom. Trust me, having to run around to get to the auctioneer is going to be a pain in the butt. I'm already sick of it. I'm already sick of it, and we're literally still on the beta. All right, let's go to our cloth reagents and see if we can pick up any cheap cloth. Ooh, 5,000 gold per spool. And there's only, I mean, even if we were to spend 2 million gold on all this, we'd still only get about 180 of them, right? Which isn't really going to do much of anything for us. The weaver cloth bolts. I do have my notes somewhere here that will tell us how many. Like, I did note down how many tailoring bolts we needed to craft. All right, tailoring. We unravel till skill level 10, and then we do 50 bolts. And let's see, did we learn how to do the bolts already? Although I guess we can look at it here. The weaver cloth bolts will require 10. Ooh. 10 spools of weaver thread. Okay, that's not great. We need 500 spools of weaver thread. So unless the drop rate on this is pretty good, it's gonna take a while, right? And I mean, I don't think cloth is gonna be as expensive as it is currently on this like leveling realm, just because of the fact that it's beta and so gold doesn't really mean anything. But I mean, it's definitely not going to be anywhere near as cheap as it is as cloth has been in every expansion until now, simply because of the fact that only tailors can gather cloth, right? Which is a change from previous expansions. All right, we said we're going to drop enchanting and we're going to pick up another, I guess, gathering profession. The question is whether we go skinning or we go mining. I feel like the move would be to go mining and herbalism. But I do want to test out tailoring. You know, it's still beta, so it's not like we can rely on drop rates for anything. Because they're just not going to be they're not going to be accurate, right? Blizzard's going to keep tweaking that, probably even once the servers go live. But at the same point, I do want to see if we can sort of get an understanding of, you know, what they're sort of looking at. Are they expecting cloth to be really hard to gather? Or like, I mean, if we need 500 to level 1, like if we need 500 of those spools to level 1 tailor, what does the unraveling require? We need to unravel weaver cloth. Or sorry, 1 second. We need to unravel base weaver cloth. And I think we did look at rough conversion rates on the beta, but I don't remember what the actual rates were like. In any case, let's go out into the world and test that out. Let's unlearn enchanting. Or do we keep enchanting and figure out if we can, how far we can push with it? All right, let's just unlearn. I don't think we've done any like one-time sources of anything for that anyway. Let's pick up mining here. Profession trainer, and yeah, let's do mining because because then I can also test out jewel crafting later on with all the ore we have. Again, prospecting rates are also not going to be, you know, a very good indication of anything at this stage of the beta, but let's learn mining and let's learn Kazalgar mining. And again, gathering professions also just require level 68, not too difficult there. We'll pick up a mining pick just so that we have something in the profession tool slot, and that will give us 4 bonus skill. I don't know if that's going to make any sort of a difference, and hopefully it won't equip that as a weapon. Yeah. Tailoring, we don't have any tools. We don't have enchanting anymore, which means we don't have disenchanting anymore. So let's throw, well, we don't need mining there. We do need the mining, well, we want rather the mining journal. And it looks like for now we can only do bismuth. All right, let's fly out into the world, and I suppose this character will not be the best gauge because we are slightly rested. But yeah, let's explore the world a little bit. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what's kind of interesting. What eye level is this? 408. Geez. Okay, maybe we should do this on my main instead. 408. Oh, that does not sound fun. Maybe I should copy over my Death Knight or something. But anyway, there's a parachute here that'll take us down into this pit for something. Let's Iron Claw, can we? Rich Iron Claw. So it looks like even though we don't know the recipe, we learned it by just mining from it, which is I think how it's supposed to work. And we got 3 artisans, well, we got a total of 6 artisans acuity, 3 for discovering an Iron Claw node and 3 for discovering the rich Iron Claw node. And then we got 2 actual Iron Claw ore, and we got 2 miners knowledge points. So I guess we'll have to keep sort of, can we mine it again? I thought they changed it so like, okay, yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. All right, and there's a treasure somewhere here. I think down, maybe we need to go into the cave. Maybe that's what that parachute is for. Let's see what this treasure is and if it gives us any experience, if it, you know, has some like, it has like a high vendor price, something like that. We have a parachute. Oh, I probably need to hit the parachute button before we, okay. Whew, that was close. That was close. All right, let's see. It looks like the treasure's around there. At eye level 408, I am worried I'm just gonna get curb stomped by any mob I try. Luckily, I vaguely know how to play a monk better than anything else, I suppose. Okay, so we do wanna pick this treasure up on as many characters as we can. I doubt future characters will get the same reputation like item to drop, but 150 rep, not bad, right? And we also got some herbs, and we got a null lotus. I am hoping, and I suspect that it is the case that that null lotus is just a placeholder name, but who knows? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just trying to do something ironic or something, and just is gonna keep that through live. I doubt that stays that way though, right? And there is a rare there that we could do, but we're not going to because of the fact that we're eye level 408. But probably would want to pick that up definitely on my main monk, just because he does drop some gloves. Though, although I mean that said, at eye level 502, my understanding is that we won't need to upgrade, like we won't be finding gear upgrades until level 75. So basically until we're more or less done with the campaign quest anyway. And so we would have already been through all the zones. And jeez, they're actually making me manually run out of this freaking mine. I know I said we would run around on the beta. I didn't realize we'd literally be running. Do I not have arachnophobia mode on? Jeez. Because these guys are quite literally bugging. No, I make myself laugh, at the very least. No, we do have arachnophobia mode on. Okay. Why don't they look more crabby then? What like, is it, oh, I hope they fix that. I really hope they fix that. I don't like the way this looks. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. And this isn't even the worst zone for arachnophobes. Geez, I really hope that they plan on changing these models to crabs. All right, crabs I can deal with. Spideys, not so much. Not so much. Not so much. Not a fan. It is also like the really cool thing about arachnophobia mode, like at least the story that I heard was that it was literally just one developer who like had arachnophobia and so decided to like put together the entire arachnophobia mode, which shout out to that person. I think that their name was listed on a Wowhead article or something like that, but unfortunately I don't know it. In either case, shout out to that person. You're a real one. Because I've played this game for 19 years and at no point have I ever enjoyed any of the arachnid content. Right? So it's 19 and a half years of me praying for something like this to come out. I did always, like I have at various times seen add-ons that I hoped would do something about this problem, and then we weren't, and then like none of them ever worked. And then what people were saying is like you could go in and like delete the models so that it wouldn't like show up, like those like the specific models of spiders wouldn't show up. But I was always worried that like tinkering with game files seems like that may get me in trouble with Blizzard, which I'm definitely not trying to do. All right, so there's supposed to be a Dornigal chisel somewhere over here. It's supposed to be located here, and it only requires mining skill 1. But I don't see it. Do we not have interact with items? I think we have the interact key bound, don't we? Let's check that, I suppose. As always, it can't be the Adrel show unless we tinker around with our interface a whole bunch. Yeah, we do have. We have it set to F. Interact with target. Interact with target. Interact with mouse over is what we want bound to F. And then I think this we usually do as backslash. All right, now let's try spamming F. That didn't seem to do anything. So where is it? What's going on? Maybe we're out of phase because I think we need to take out this quest mob here. So we did some of the initial quests on this character. I don't think it's super relevant that we go back and do 1 or 2 quests. It's not going to make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. Why did Touch of Death not take out that mob? Does Touch of Death just do damage now? I thought it was supposed to instantly killing creatures if they have less health than you. And stronger creatures under 15% health. Okay, I guess since it's a quest mob, you can't just delete the mob like that. Okay, we looted 1 Weaver Cloth off of all these guys, but these are like arachnid fellers. So I don't know why they're dropping cloth. Are they considered humanoid? I don't have my add-on that tells me what the game considers them. But that's kind of interesting that I guess their like top half was kind of human and the bottom was bugged. So maybe that's why it dropped cloth for us. But we got 1 Weaver Cloth there. Now let's see, where do we turn that quest in? All right, we're just gonna casually mine as we're going. What's the treasure over there? Bloated seagull. All right, we're not doing too bad considering we're eye level 408. Mobs are going down pretty fast, to be fair. Which means at eye level 502, I think we should have a pretty easy go of the starting zone. The issue with that is also that quest mobs like that, unless Blizzard is really on point with their sharding and with their like respawn rates and all of that fun stuff, I think that could pose a problem for early leveling. All right, Lionel, we put this fish back in the water, and I guess we need to give him some food. I don't care enough to figure out what that is. I'm assuming the reward's like a pet or something like that. I could probably check the pet journal to see if that is the case. And did we? Yeah, we mined some more iron claw ore. Let's mine some webbed ore. I think this should give us cloth as well. Yeah, we got 2 Weaver Cloth from that. And I mean, the other interesting thing going into this expansion is that Blizzard has really made it like it really taken a strong hard look at when easy mine Iron Claw. Uh-oh. Are we supposed to run away from those mines? I wonder, can we loot like engineering items from this maybe? Maybe that's why they're called easy mine? That hurt. Oh, gee. What? All right, and we learned, I guess when we got to 5 skill, we learned overload empowered node, which I don't do much gathering, so not super familiar with the different things, but with overloading. But I think basically you can overload every like hour, and then like cooldown goes down as you 12-hour cooldown, and then I think as you unlock more talents you can reduce the cooldown. But let's see what that gets us anyway. But no, what I was saying was that it seems like in the War Within, quality is going to be a lot more difficult to come by than it was in Dragonflight, right? Where in Dragonflight early on, sure, you had some rank 1 mats, you had some rank 2 mats, but before long you could pretty much be rest assured that you'd be gathering or crafting rank 3 mats. Whereas I believe in the War Within, they've sort of made it so that rank 1 and rank 2 mats are what, like rank 1 mats is what you're gonna mainly get, and then every now and then you may stumble upon a rank 2 mat, and rank 3 mats are really gonna be harder to come by and therefore a lot more expensive. And so I think that's actually kind of good, because it was definitely I think it was like the intention of the system was pretty cool, but in Dragonflight it very quickly became irrelevant. Where, oh geez, did I crash the beta? Skywriting crashed the beta. Jeez. All right, let's log back on and let's see what we're doing here. I'm actually gonna take a quick little break as well while we're getting back in, and I'll see you guys in a second. All right, and we're back. We got our protein shake on deck, and we got some fruits to keep us going here as well. And we were able to log back on, but for some reason it won't let me like actually get into the game without creating a new character. So I think we will just create a character and see how we go. Okay, now we can log back onto Lidorngen, our earthen character here, as it were. And if you're just joining the stream, what we're doing is we're checking out the early stages of the War Within, right? What the early quests are like, what the early zone is like. We got logged off because we tried to skyride in a new zone, heaven forbid, on the beta. I would report it as a bug, but I'm not sure what exactly caused it to bug out on me like that. Where did we? I think we put that here. I don't even know what the fly backwards spell thing is called. Let's summon up a mount. All right, let's go ahead and report that. I have been trying to report as many things as I can on the beta. What is Lunaria doing up here? Oh, this is a rare. Protective Storm Shroud, protected from all attacks. I'm guessing we'd probably have to loot some item. I wonder if we can get this as like, I wonder if there's a mount or pause. Oh, jeez. It's because we have Hikili enabled. Yeah, add-ons on the freaking beta are even more hit or miss. Although I don't know, I don't know why. Because presumably, I mean, if it's updated for patch 11.0, it should work on the beta. But hey, I mean, I won't even pretend to know how much work goes into creating an add-on, let alone keeping updating it for all the different versions and all the. I mean, I know just playing the game is can be a buggy mess at times, especially around new patches and stuff. So I cannot imagine what add-on developers go through. All right, there's some more ore here. Rich bismuth. This is actually the first bismuth node that we've seen. We've been flying around for a while, and I don't think we've looted any bismuth. Or maybe one of those webbed. Maybe one of the webbed things that we looted was actually bismuth. I think these webbed ore deposits are bismuth. Slab of slate. Okay, that's a mining knowledge item. So I mean, similar to in Dragonflight, I guess, just while you're gathering ore. I think we saw that in the mining journal as well, right? That you could. There's 6 of these polished stones that you can get per week. And we can't click on anything else because probably one of our add-ons is maybe glitching it out. That's probably an add-on thing. That's probably on me. But anyways, it tells you in that interface, like it tells you in the mining journal, how many more drops you have per week, which is kind of nice. Although I'm sure there will be weak auras that that will have it, you know, displayed more easily on your screen. And I'm sure, and once we're closer to launch, I will definitely be featuring those. There is a rare down here, I guess. All right, let's see what this rare drops. And hopefully we don't have too difficult of a time taking them out. I don't like that Touch of Death doesn't just delete mobs. 415. I guess that qualifies as an upgrade. We got 418 boots and 408 plate. So this rare is kind of interesting because not only did we get an item that, like a blue item that we can use, which was I believe BOE, right? Where is it? Oh, something's funky with our right click. We're not able to right click things. It's not registering clicks for whatever reason. It's registering keystrokes, but not actual clicks. In any case, we looted basically this blue item here, which was soulbound and relevant to our spec. But then we looted 2 green items, as well as some meat, the basically beef. We looted one of them off of a toadstool mob, and we got a gray item, and we got some gold as well. And it looks like we can mine these mobs as well. It just dropped a gray item. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if like maybe at higher mining skill they would actually drop something useful. Crystallized iron claw. And these are like all these different nodes we're getting are great just because of the fact that we're getting more knowledge points with each, right? All right, let's do a quick inventory interface reset, and luckily it's nice and quick when we don't have that many add-ons that we're running. I'm definitely trying to simplify my entire add-on loadout. Oh, our right clicks are still not working. Our right clicks are still not working. Left click is working. Is it just our combined? Maybe our backpack is not. Is it? Maybe it may literally just be. Hey, Seek, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Always happy to see you join. You give me someone to talk to, or at least make it feel like I'm actually talking to someone. How's it going? How's your day going? I feel like you'd be very happy with me because yesterday I actually spent some time running Molten Core for Transmog. Because I thought that the change meant that like I can run it on my mage and like unlock tier 1 appearances for all the other classes. And then I very quickly realized that that's not how it works. You can unlock like plate gear and leather gear and stuff like that, but you can't unlock like class restricted gear. So then I got bored and I didn't bother running Blackwing Lair right after that. But I did unlock some new appearances for my mage, which I was happy about. And then the other thing is, I think I got your instructions backwards, because what I did on my Death Knight is I upgraded my item, like the eye level 480 gear, I upgraded it to eye level 493 and then put it in the catalyst, which only gave me the normal mode appearances. I didn't get the raid finder appearances. So yeah, I think what I was supposed to do was catalyze it first and then upgrade it to 493. And I just completely misunderstood your message the other day. So I will need to at some point probably, if I am that particular, I will try and unlock the Death Knight raid finder set as well. I may actually level up another Death Knight just for that. A, because I enjoy playing Death Knights, and then B, because it's so fast to level characters through the event, as well as I've between all the things and remix and then talking to you 3 times a week, I'm starting to become a mod collector. It's happening. It's happening. I kind of want those appearances that you're farming up. I don't think I have the patience to try and get all the like remixed weapon appearances. I'll be honest, but yeah, as many as the oh, you finished with the MOP remix? Heck yeah, dude, that's amazing. And you got more of the cloaks, and you got 3 of the cloaks as well. That's sick. Solar Spire, gee, that's like a 1% drop rate round, isn't it? Good day, good couple of days for you, huh? Oh, and that's a world boss drop as well. Jeez, I should probably actually get all my alts over to Rookmar and farm that mount up, or at least take a shot at it. I doubt I'll be lucky enough with RNG, but having having this alt army, ultimately, I should probably make use of him. But yeah, I mean, I get why Blizzard made it so that you can't like unlock other classes gear on it from a single character, but I kind of wish they had allowed me to do that. But yeah, so basically what we're doing today on the stream is we started off by looking at cross-realm trading, which was making me a whole bunch of gold right now. And then we logged over to the beta leveling realm, and we've been just seeing what the initial quest lines are like, you know, what sorts of loot we get from just flying around and all this stuff. Why doesn't it have the health bars in the... The problem is when you have as many add-ons running as I do in retail, I'm just like, I no longer know what the default interface is and like which features I actually prefer from the default interface, and I'm kind of liking the scrolling text that Blizzard has more than the add-on that I use. I guess I probably got it way back when like the Blizzard default scrolling combat text was like not as nice, and now they've upgraded it, and I'm still using it like an add-on that makes it, that doesn't look as nice. The cloaks, so the cloaks, did you get them to just drop by like running the events on lower level characters? Like, is that just it? Because I've been trying to level some of my like non-remix characters through the event, and gathering recruits gear along the way. I've never done like Exile's Reach stuff. Geez, 200,000 of the currency. You know what though? That's still. Oh, you haven't done any of the turn-ins? Just straight up farm. Jeez. Although the drop rates are a lot better now, and especially with the buffs to like the micro events and stuff like that, it's probably not that hard. But that said, the eye-watering part is that even with 200,000 of the currency, that's still only enough to buy full 480, like from the vendor to buy a full 480 set for like 4 characters. I mean, in the process of like leveling up a character, you will unlock a bunch of the warband bound stuff. Although when you're leveling them up, you're just gonna get the recruits gear instead. And what do you call it? Yeah, but I mean, like on any character, you'll get one guaranteed 493 for the first time you kill the boss each week, and you'll probably have a couple of other warbound items drop for you at some point or the other. But overall, I was doing the math, and you need like 50,000 of the currency to just buy like one item for every slot from the vendor, which is pretty steep. I mean, it doesn't take that long to farm up the currency. I don't know how long would you estimate it would take you to unlock full 480, or to farm up like 550k currency. Yeah, that's true. I keep having to remind myself that as well, though, that like I mainly need to do it for the Mog, because the gear is gonna be replaced the second we get them into War Within and like start leveling them up anyway. But that said, since I have this alt army, and I do want to try and level up as many of those characters into the War Within as possible. I mean, that's partially what we're trying to do on this stream here as well, is figure out, should we bother leveling them up? Like, are there any benefits to you know, leveling up alts beyond just like the fact that like quests may be a bit easier? But if they have truly removed profession quests with this expansion, which supposedly they have, then it would be a mild advantage. Like, it might make it a little bit easier, but presumably if you can complete them at level 70, you can complete them at level 70, right? Then like, it's still probably not gonna be worth the time to speed up your weekly quests, to spend a couple of hours leveling up each character. But yeah, we want to see how long, like, the other thing I'm trying to see is how long not how long rather, but how we go about unlocking delves, and whether it's account wide. Like, if we unlock delves for one character, do we have them now available on all characters? Because I do want to see how good delves are for XP. Yeah, that's true. I guess the other reason to do LFR on live servers right now is the bullions, right? Like, LFRs are super quick, and the bullions are pretty, like, the bullion drop rate's pretty good. And then I don't remember what eye level the awakened LFR is dropping. I think it's like 493 or something. And then I've been doing the world bosses. I think we did some on Wednesday as well, right? On Wednesday stream? Yeah, fair enough. I bought some trinkets and stuff, and then I was like, what am I doing? I don't really care about a trinket. Like, I should just bought a weapon or something that you know, that is useful, sure, but also has like a cool Mog for my character. Embodiment of the Hellforged. Remind me again what that is, please. Of the Hellforged. Okay, it's not in our dungeon journal here. Although I guess if it's an LFR drop, then it should probably be in here, right? Hellforged embodiment. Oh, okay. This appearance thing. Are you? I'm guessing you're a big what do you call it? Drake Watcher manuscript collector as well. I don't know how many of these I have, how many I've unlocked. Somehow like I mean I've said it before, but the joy I get from getting a new mount is just not matched in any way, shape, or form by unlocking a new manuscript. I mean, like the recolors are like the full body recolors are kind of cool. I haven't gotten any of the like full transformation thingamabobbers. Like I haven't unlocked any of those because I don't do anything elite enough for that. I don't even know what quest lines I'm doing. I'm literally just randomly doing quests and things. I should probably look up which quest line actually unlocks the delves for us, because that's the main thing I wanted to test out as well in today's stream. The Hellforged. Let's wait 1 second. I need to look this up. Embodiment of the Hellforged. Oh damn. Okay, yeah, this is pretty sick. Yeah, this is pretty sick. If it had more than like 4 pixels in this image, it would probably look, okay, yeah, that does look hella sick. Is this the one that's like guaranteed on Mythic that it'll like drop for a couple of players, and then for some reason they decided to add it to LFR with like a super low drop rate as well? Because I remember during the Race to World First, I think it was like one of the Liquid members who was like, I'm fine with this change as long as like anyone who queues up for a battleground has like a very low drop rate chance to get like the gladiator mount. And I was like, that is kind of fair. Like I feel like some things should be like, it does seem kind of weird that like if you have this appearance, you're either like a mythic raider like who did it when it was current content, right, and invested all the time and energy and like blood, sweat, and tears to like unlock it, or you got lucky and had it drop for you in LFR. Like that does seem kind of janky. Don't get me wrong, like I'm never gonna be a mythic raider. I say that now, maybe one day I will be, but I tried raiding back in like literally in like TBC. Like I was in a raid guild and like logged on for raid night and did that whole thing, and yeah, I think I raided with them like twice, and I was just like, this is boring as all heck. And I was like 13 back then, so yeah, I don't see myself changing in that regard. Oh, I'm sure your luck isn't that bad, right? Like you just got a 1% mount to drop for you, although it sounds like you probably, the Solar Spirehawk, you've probably been farming for a bit. Blazing Embodiment, is that one? I mean, I'm guessing it's also got a low drop rate, but ooh, this is sick. This is sick. Is this the Fire Act, like the is this the Fire Act appearance? Okay. Hey Goldson, how's it going? Hey Dread the Undead, how's it going? Oh, we've got multiple people chatting today. This is exciting. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh yeah, actually Golden, I was just shouting you out earlier because I was looking at the treasuring and the mining treasures, and even though I have both tailoring and mining on this character, I was able to see the like handy notes points on it, but I couldn't loot, like it wouldn't let me, the item wouldn't like show up. Yeah, for sure, Dread. Shoot. What's up? But yeah, sorry, Golden. What I was saying is that do I need to have like a certain amount of skill level or something like that, or could it be that it's phased? There was a mining treasure somewhere like here, I want to say, like on the bridge thing, and even though I have mining trained, and the little handy notes tooltip says that it only needs 1 mining. skill, I wasn't like the item didn't show up. I don't know if it's a phasing issue, but I had the exact same issue with tailoring, with like the tailoring item and not being able to loot it in Dornigal, like the one that's at the Dornigal tailoring trainer. I wasn't able to see the item or loot it. Oh, so is Handy Notes just messing up on me? One sec. Let's fly over to the point that I was talking about. Okay, yeah, so it probably was Handy Notes bugging out on me. Because it was telling me that there was what is it, like a pickaxe or like a shovel or something that was supposedly located here. Like that's where it showed on the map, but now it doesn't show that anymore, so yeah, that's probably what happened with that. Okay, so Dread, you're saying it's inside a chest, right? Oh, I don't know. The Handy Notes little tooltip thing said that it was a treasure chest. And so, and yeah, so that's why I assumed that it was a treasure. But yeah, the pickaxes. So what are the pickaxes if they're not treasures? I'm sorry, Dread. I see you message as well. So let's see. Dread, you're saying, I played WoW before when Shadowlands came out, but played for like 1 year maybe. I just bought the new expansion and want to play. Is there anything I should be doing right now while I wait for the expansion to actually come out? Yeah, for sure. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do to set up for the War Within. I would say the first and foremost is, of course, get your first character to level 70. The next thing is probably leveling alts. It really depends on what you're planning on doing. But I mean, if you're planning on doing professions, if you're planning on farming transmog, if you're planning on getting mounts, more or less whatever you're planning on doing, Blizzard's really focusing on alts and like making the expansion very alt friendly. And right now is the best time to level up characters, right? Never in the history of WoW have you been able to level up characters as fast to max level as you can right now, right? If you want to go the remix route, getting a character from level 10 to level 70 after you get your first character done, you'll be able to get, like, after you have one character leveled up to level 70, you'll unlock an achievement that will give you bonus stats to all future characters. And if you check out my YouTube channel, I have a guide to like how you can basically level up characters super quick. Before the pre-patch, so before the current patch dropped, it was taking me about 2.5 to 3 hours. Since the pre-patches dropped, you can probably get that done in about an hour. Like it's really trivial. So that's if you want to level up characters through Remix. And the characters you level up in Remix basically at the end of the Remix event, which is I think in about 2 weeks or like a week and a half, I think it's like 12 days, right, until Remix ends. At the end of Remix, those characters will be converted into regular World of Warcraft characters, and so they'll be able to pop straight into the War Within. Now, if you don't want to play Remix, or which I would definitely say check out Remix, at least like level 1 character through it, because it's super fun. Super fun, super quick. It's super accessible because of the fact that you can like literally at level 25 you can start doing raids, and it's super easy to like get into a group, and the raids are super easy, like bosses fall over pretty quick and stuff like that. So definitely check out Remix, and you can also unlock a bunch of mounts and toys and what do you call it, transmog appearances and stuff like that. Super easy. The other way that you can level up a bunch of characters is the Radiant Echoes launch event. And so we actually, I'm sorry to refer you to my YouTube channel, but yeah, on my YouTube channel as well, I've done a little bit of a guide to the Radiant Echoes event. I'm planning on putting out a little YouTube short as well that'll just like have like a 1-minute guide. Sorry, 1 second. Let me finish my thought, and then I'll come to the rest of your questions. Give me a second here. Yeah, so basically the Radiant Echoes event is in retail WoW, so like any regular character that you have can start participating in the event at level 10, and you'll basically just fly around doing little objectives. You should get a level I mean, I don't know. I haven't really tried any lower level characters as such. I've mainly been using it to level characters from like 45, 50, all the way to 70, and it's about a level every 2 or 3 mini events, and even quicker if you know, if you're more active tagging mobs and stuff like that. Like you'll get a level every 4 to 8 minutes, I would say, in the like launch event. The other reason to do the launch event is that you can very quickly start gathering up eye level 480 gear, which is pretty good in and of itself, but you'll also unlock the currencies that you need to upgrade that gear all the way up to like item level 502. For context, this is the first zone of the new expansion, and like the item level rewards that we're getting are like 408, like 415. So if you're gonna enter the War Within with an eye level of 502, you're gonna have a really easy time leveling up, at least early on. So I would say those would be good things to start off with. But if you have, like, it really depends on what you want to do. Because if you're, like, for me, I'm big into professions and like making gold. And so a big thing that I've been doing is also just putting together a large enough war chest. So I'm sitting on like 30 million gold, something like that right now. And I'm planning on, like, the reason I've been saving up all that gold is so that I can spend a bunch of it to like buy profession mats and stuff early on in the expansion, and then hopefully make more gold off of that. But yeah, I mean, I think the best thing to do is definitely have your main up to level 70, and it's really up to you whether or not you want to like gear them up a bunch. It won't really matter come the launch, right? Because one way or another, you're going to get a bunch of quest items. This is a template character, and this character has an eye level of 408, and a lot of these mobs in the starting zone are just falling over, right? I've been soloing like quest mobs and rares without any issue whatsoever. So if at eye level 408 I can do that, I would say, you know, decide if you want to do more, if you want to level more characters as opposed to spending too much time on one character, do that. It's there's really no bad choices. But okay. Yeah, so all of your existing characters in Dragonflight as well as in Remix will all get carried over to the War Within. You'll keep the exact same characters, the same items, everything. You'll log in and you'll be able to take that same character into other zones. But yeah, so Remix is I'm just going through your questions here, by the way. Yeah, all of your old characters will still be there, and you can play them in the new expansion exactly the way they are right now. Just they'll be able to get more experience, and what do you call it? They will be able to access the new zones and the new professions and the new dungeons and all of the fun new stuff that comes out with the expansion. Because you said you've already bought the expansion, so you will have access to all that. Remix is like a special game mode that Blizzard has put together, which is basically looking back at the Mists of Pandaria expansion. And basically what they called it is time running, where the idea is you create a character that's actually on the like regular live servers, but they're not able to interact with any characters that are not time runners. So all of those characters can only sort of play things right now with each other. At the end of the event, they will turn into regular characters, but for now they can only do content, like they literally can't leave the island of Pandaria. And so all of the stuff that they can do is only within Pandaria. And the idea was that, like, to get players back into Pandaria, you don't need to worry about gearing so much, because basically like all of the gear that drops is the same. At level 70, you can get different qualities of gear. Like you can either get a green piece or which has like which has some stats on it. You can get a blue piece that has like main stat. Like, so getting better quality gear is better in that sense. But whatever piece you get, you can just upgrade at a vendor with currency that drops from literally every single activity in the Remix event itself. So it's sort of like its own little self-contained, if you just want to spend some time playing around with Pandaria and unlocking like all of the mounts, well, not all the mounts, but I would say 95% of the mounts, more or less all of the transmog, for armor at least. For weapons, it's still left to RNG for some reason. My hope is that before the end of Remix, they do add arsenals in. Actually, Seek Judd, who's also in the chat right now, literally, I think yesterday or today, managed to collect every single one of those transmog weapons as well, which seems nuts to me, but God bless him, and I'm happy for him. So, I mean, it like I'm saying, I would say if you have already leveled up a character from like level 1 to level 70, right? Your main is already level 70 and you've played a regular character. It's really up to you. If you care more about like mounts, then probably what you're going to want to do right now is get into Remix and buy all of the mounts that you can get there. The best way to get the currency for Remix is to level as many alts through it as possible. And the other fun thing about that is that you can get to test, like you can get to play a bunch of different classes while leveling them up, right? So, I mean, like the first thing I did was trying to get all of the, sorry, I completely lost what I was, completely lost my train of thought. I was trying to catch up with chat. I need to get better at this. I'm not used to having so many people in chat. This is a great problem to have. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching live. And I see we have even more people joining us on Twitch. So I'm really, really excited today. This is amazing. Thank you everyone who's watching live. But sorry, what I was saying was, yeah, so it's really up to you. If you want to collect limited time cosmetics and things like that. I mean, really the only thing that you would get during Remix, by and large, that you can't get outside of Remix is mounts, or like I think there are some Remix only transmogs, and I think some Remix only like appearance, like toys, and I think there's like a couple of things, but mainly it's mounts. I think they added like 26 mounts that you can only get through Remix now. I think they've said that they will come back at some point in the future and something like that, but I doubt it's ever going to be as easy to get them as it is right now. So I would say if you want to try out a bunch of different classes, like that was the first thing I did, was level 1 of each class, just so I sort of had a bit of a varied experience with, testing out the different classes. And the nice thing is that like you'll play all those classes, and then whichever one you pick that you want to play in the War Within, that character will already be level 70 once, the War Within launches, so you can just make that your main character, or, mainly play that character for what do you call it? For the War Within. You're saying that you used to do mythic raids and stuff? Yeah, so if you're a mythic raider, yeah, you're not gonna, like, Remix is gonna be a walk in the park for you. Like, it's super simple, right? Similarly, the Radiant Echoes event, as well as all the others, like the Awakened raids and stuff that are going on right now in regular World of Warcraft, like just retail World of Warcraft. I mean, that's part of the issue, is like, I say this on stream all the time. I feel like anytime I ask someone if they play WoW, it's like, well, okay, but do you play retail? Do you play Remix? Are you playing the beta? Are you playing Classic? Are you playing Season of Discovery? Are you playing Hardcore? Are you playing Era? Like, there's literally, I mean, that's 7 just off the top of my head. And I'm sure I'm missing something, right? Never mind, like, whether they're playing on North American realms or European realms, or, like, which region they're playing in. And, yeah. And even within that, like, there's so many different things to do within the game as well now, right? Like, I mean, there's mythic, there's raiding, there's dungeons, there's PvP, and there's so many different levels to that as well. I mean, there's players like me who literally the main reason I play this game is for professions and like making gold and gathering mounts, right? Like, it's amazing how niche this game can be if you want it to be. And I think that's really cool. And I think that's the other reason why, like, 20 years later, I'm still playing this freaking game. Like, it is kind of wild. Yeah. WoW Mobile. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I like in the down periods, because like I took a long break during Shadowlands just because early Shadowlands I hated the maw. I like everything was tuned so difficultly. I feel like Shadowlands was the hardest that it was. I feel like Shadowlands was one of the most like hardcore oriented WoW expansion. I feel like Dragonflight, they did a great job of making it very accessible to casuals, where you could like in WoW in the days of old. I mean, not quite as far back as like Classic, but like even Wrath, I feel like you could make decent progress, logging on a couple times a week and you know, you could get some more gear and you could unlock different things and whatever, not feel like you're too far behind. I feel like Shadowlands was very, very hectic. So if you played Shadowlands, I think you're probably gonna love. I think you're probably gonna love Dragonflight. Have you? Help me understand. Have you already leveled a character to level 70 in Dragonflight? Okay, yeah. So the first thing you should do is like whatever characters you had during Shadowlands, take them into Dragonflight, like level them up through Dragonflight, and experience the content there, because Dragonflight is hecka fun, and you'll also along the way learn about some of the new, like some of the changes to the systems and you know, that whole thing. If you don't really care too much about all that, and you don't care too much about cosmetics and mounts and what do you call it, appearances and all that stuff, then you can just use the Radiant Echoes event to honestly get your character up to, like, yeah, to start pushing your item level, and that will what do you call it, and that'll allow your character to be a lot more powerful. I mean, we're near the end of the expansion anyway, so it's I don't know how much competitive or like how much endgame stuff you would want to do, but you can definitely get a character to the point that they can, you know, start running normal heroic raids and like start pushing mythic dungeons and stuff like that. I mean, it's entirely possible to do that within like a day or two. To not only, like, if you have a level 60 character that you wanna start doing like endgame stuff on, it's entirely possible, I would say, for you to get them to level 70 and to get them pretty decently geared within like a day or two. For leveling, I mean, check out my YouTube channel for like the Radiant Echoes guide, and I'm also going to be posting another little short video that explains the event in like under a minute, probably tonight or tomorrow morning, so keep an eye out for that. And then for gearing up quickly, you can check out Wednesday's stream, because on Wednesday's stream, that's literally all I did, is I just went through different alts, like gearing them up as quickly as possible. But it's super quick. I mean, I managed to get a character to the point that they had gear equivalent to like normal raids in every single slot in like a day and a half of. So I mean, like, realistically played time was maybe 4 or 5 hours, if that. Not even that was just because I was doing it at a very slow pace and like explaining everything on stream and stuff. So if you're a bit more efficient with your time, you can get a character into heroic raids at the very least, like within a day or two, if that's what you're keen on doing. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the cool thing, so I'm just catching up with what you were saying. Yeah, the cool thing with this expansion is that they've changed it so that everything is warband bound, and so now a lot more of your progress is, I would say, almost most of your progress, right? Everything from like your reputations, basically everything other than like gear and like a few very small exceptions is account wide. So even if you like had a character that you played during Shadowlands, if you don't like the way that class is feeling, or like that spec is feeling, or like, yeah, you just don't want to play that character in the War Within or in Dragonflight for that matter, it's super easy now to just swap over to another class that you enjoy more or think maybe more fun to play, and play that instead. So yeah, I mean, I genuinely love playing a monk, and so I'm gonna stick with that. But I mean, I'm definitely going to be spending a lot more time on my alt characters, because now whatever character I'm like doing quests on or whatever, it's all going to count towards my account, which is, I think, a great way of doing it. Like I think this was long overdue in WoW, so I'm really happy that they've finally like made these changes. I know a lot of people have said that they've just been copy and pasting a bunch of things from Guild Wars 2. Which honestly I'm not upset about, because I feel like the only other MMO that I like genuinely enjoyed, other than like something like RuneScape or something, which is not really fair to, I mean, I don't think it's on the same level. The only other MMO that I like genuinely enjoyed, and trust me, I've played a lot of MMOs over the years, was Guild Wars. So and like for a while, like I feel like Guild Wars was WoW's biggest like competitor at the time, and so I don't think it's a bad thing that they're taking ideas from, you know, other games. Like, people are very dismissive. They're like, well, Guild Wars had this ages ago. I'm like, yeah, that's good. Like, Blizzard's finally learning from other games. Heck, they're learning from themselves, which is already a nice change, right? It's a nice change of pace that Blizzard's actually like learning things, let alone the fact that that they're learning from other games. Like, I thought that's what we all wanted. Oh, thank you, Dread. Golden, so it's like it's almost 6:30 p.m. So funnily enough, Path of Exile is not one of the MMOs that I've ever played, or at least if I have, I don't remember it super well. Did they ever release a Guild Wars 3? Because I remember playing Guild Wars 1 and finding that pretty cool. The thing is, I didn't like that you didn't have much in the way of, as far as I recall at least, I don't think you did much in the way of like crafting, which was always the thing that I loved in WoW, is like I loved crafting and like playing the auction house and all that. But Guild Wars, I think the majority of the crafting was like making dyes and things, which actually Seek and me were talking about on Wednesday, that like I think it could be cool if Blizzard added in like a dyeing system. But I don't think they would, just because of the fact that so many of the rewards that they have for different content is just like, well, you collected this whole set in blue, like, how about you like do a bunch more content to get the green version? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if they just allowed us to dye these things instead, I feel like Blizzard doesn't want to give us all those rewards that easily. But who knows? I mean, maybe they can figure out a way to make it happen. It's an ARPG. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of ARPGs. I prefer slightly slower paced games. I think that's why I like WoW. The combat's a little bit slower. Oh, cool. Have a good one, Golden. It must be super late there for you, no? I'm assuming from your accent that you're Australian. So although, wait, oh, not that late. Yeah, I guess 10:30 p.m. isn't all that late. But have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you so much for dropping by the way, and thank you for chatting as well. I'm super excited to have this many people on stream and chatting and all that. And thank you as well, Goldson, for all the other content you put out as well. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for the mining and herbalism guide on Monday. All right, with that said, we should probably get back to actually doing something. I've just kind of been like talking to chat and like vaguely. Oh, jeez. If I. Jeez. It's not an Adrel Show stream until I die in the stupidest way possible. And sure enough, I died because I got blown up. First of all, I died mining, which is already like strange for me alone. Let alone I died because I was mining and then got blown off of a cliff by a bomb. I don't know if that made any of y'all laugh, but it certainly, I find it funny that I keep coming up with creative ways to kill my characters. And so I see we have five viewers on Twitch, which is awesome. Welcome everyone. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Yeah, these streams are always way more fun if they're a little bit more interactive. And so if you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Heck, if you're watching the video on demand, drop a comment. Though if you are lurking, I appreciate it. I spend a lot of my time on Twitch lurking as well, so I know that not everyone's always super comfortable to drop messages in chat. But thank you so much for watching. If you are enjoying the content, please do drop a follow. if you're watching on Twitch, or subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And vice versa. If you're watching on Twitch, check out my YouTube channel. I need to start putting together more videos. But for now, I've been putting out 1 or 2 shorts a week that are literally just because of the time limitation that YouTube has on shorts, are less than a minute and are just like quick guides to like everything you need to know about a given subject. So like we did one on warband banks, we did one on dragon writing in Remix. I've got a couple planned for this weekend actually. Okay, what am I doing in this quest down here? Funnily enough, I was literally trying to figure out which of these quest lines would lead to me being able to do delves, and I've literally just gotten so distracted by doing completely random quests that I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess I should probably go down the like main campaign line, which hopefully will then unlock the delves for me. I suppose I could look it up, but I feel like that goes against the purpose of beta. I gotta stop picking up quests. I really wish, like, I don't get why they, to begin with, I don't get why they have a limit on how many quests you can have in your quest log. What's the point? Because I may be playing through like different expansions at different times, right? Like, the two things that annoy me is, one, that there's a limit on how many quests you can have in your quest log. The second is the fact that they don't tell you what the limit is anywhere here, and they don't tell you how many quests you have. And I still haven't been able to find an add-on that does it. I can probably get a, what's it called, Titan panel add-on that would tell me like how many quests I have versus how many, versus the cap on them. But I've yet to find one that I actually enjoy. Dalaran Sewer Turtle is up here. What is that? Is that a treasure? Dalaran Sewer Turtle. Okay, we can talk to him. This turtle is trying to help the rat recover. Oh, I think we need to bring a Dornish pike fish over to him. Anyways, we're not doing that right now. I'm guessing that's probably like a pet or something like that. All right, why can I not figure out where to turn in this quest? I feel like I've flown around that zone like 3 times trying to figure out where the quest turn in was. I'm guessing it's inside this cave here. Or like there's some sort of cave somewhere here that has something relevant for us. Are any of these even giving us anything other than experience, like anything that we care about? I could have sworn this is like the 3rd time I'm coming into this cave as well. Jeez. It may not be a terrible idea for me to actually try leveling a character on beta, because otherwise launch day I'm gonna literally spend like 14 hours on every single quest, because I have a tendency to get lost and distracted, neither of which are great for quick leveling, right? But also I love this game, to be fair, because of the fact that, like, especially at the start of every expansion, like it's so much fun to just like run around. There's treasures, there's rares, there's like quest lines, there's mounts, there's pets, there's like all these different things to discover and explore, which is the main reason why I haven't leveled a character through beta, because I do want to keep as much of that newness as possible. At the same time, I do want to see how good delves are for experience. All right, so I think let's try and actually complete the let's try and stick to the main like meta quest line, to the campaign quests, I guess, and let's see if that unlocks delves for us, because I do really want to see how powerful delves are for leveling. Because with the number of alts that I would ideally like to level up, and I want to try and figure out the best ways to like level up characters. All right, so I think we're in a phased version of Dornigal. because we, prior to having this quest, we flew around all of Dornigal and I didn't see any of these fellers here. Okay, 6, 7, and 8. Boom. So I think the other reason you'll want to get a character to level 80 as quickly as possible is because I think you can only do the quest line, and I may be completely making this up, but I think I remember seeing it somewhere, so that's good enough for me to say it on stream, right? But I think you need a level 80 character in order to unlock the earthen allied race to begin with. View a memory from an earthen gem, memory gem. I don't know what we're doing. How do I deposit it? Oh, I have to click on that. Stones of Dornigal. Ask a guard about profession trainers. So this is the like standard intro to Dornigal quest line. I don't know what this archive thing is going to be unlocking for us. Presumably something. We hit level 71 just by casually doing all the things. We unlocked another dungeon. Now the dungeon's probably going to be worth it for the experience bonus. Although that said, oh wait, we're set to Dragonflight dungeon. Why can't we do a random dungeon? How did we lose the? Oh, it may be because of the fact that we've only unlocked one dungeon, so we can either do a specific, like we can either queue for a specific dungeon or we queue for a follower dungeon. What do you guys think? Should we try out a follower dungeon? We may try out a follower dungeon just to see what the experience is like. I suppose we could have tested that out on retail as well. Delves. How do I unlock this? Because presumably I believe delve progression is also account wide. I think the abilities may be character specific, but I believe the overall delve progression system is account wide. In which case, it could also be a good way to level up characters for like to unlock more things for us in within the delves for our main to do as well, right? But it depends if we unlock it for one character, are we now unlocking it for everyone, or like what's the thing there? And yet again, I'm getting distracted by the trading post, but I did want to see if they've fixed it and it works now. No, it still doesn't work on here. Great. Stones of Dornigal. Yeah, so we've got to talk to let's drop that quest. Where'd it go? Where's our brand upgrades are account wide? Thank you, Zeke. Welcome back. Did you grab your food? All right, so let's try and get serious here, gang. All right, we're not touring the trading post. We're instead touring Dornigal. Serious business here. I doubt. Well, it doesn't look like the campaign mission has. Yeah, I think that this is literally the next thing I need to do is tour Dornigal. I think that is like they are making it mandatory. Who am I supposed to see here? We just abandoned the tour to the trading post. Did we not abandon it? I hit abandon. Can I not? Okay, so that's bugged. Or that's working as intended, I suppose. Let's F6. that may be working as intended, but then they should take away the abandon button. All right. Oh, it's the flight master upstairs. I was so confused. I'm like, I've been in that room 3 times. Introduce yourself with the signet. We did that. We got to go inside the inn here and introduce ourselves to this guy. And also, we covered this on a previous stream, but leveling up cooking is actually not that hard. We were able to push to 68 without much difficulty. I think beyond 68 is when it was starting to get a little bit hairy. Because of the fact that we needed quest recipes, or we needed to start spending currency. And as much as I love cooking, I do. Oh, it looks like they gave us another item at the vendor that we can learn that is at least yellow for us, so it'll give us some skill. And then these ones require, I mean, this everything stew requiring artisan's acuity. I don't like it when, like, I didn't like it in Dragonflight when they asked us to spend artisan's acuity for fishing or cooking, and I don't like it in the War Within that they're asking us to use up artisan's acuity, because it just means unless you highly, like, it just means that you're now like, cooking is arguably just as impactful as any of the, like, main professions, right? Either it's an accessory profession that, like, everyone gets, and then, you know, it's a separate system. I mean, do what they had in Wrath, or like Cataclysm or whatever, right? Like, where you just did a daily quest for cooking and you use that to get more rewards for cooking. You bought recipes, you bought upgrades, like you bought the little cooking hat and all that other fun stuff, and it was like self-contained, right? And that's what they do for fishing most expansions as well, right? Like, you fish up different currencies and you use that specifically for fishing. If I now need to pull artisan's acuity from my main 2 professions to cooking or fishing, I'm just not going to engage with cooking or fishing as much, right? Which defeats the purpose. I mean, I suppose for people who are really passionate about cooking and care more about cooking or fishing than they do, you know, the other professions, it rewards them a little bit more. But I don't know. I feel like that's still not great design. What do y'all think? Let me know in chat. All right, who's the last fella that we need to introduce ourselves to? Is it, if it's a trading post guy, I'm gonna be pissed. Warp Weaver Voxin. Auditor Balwers. Where? Oh, it's still showing me the, right, we weren't able to abandon it. We have to fly up to the top of this, or to the bottom? Oh, that's the renowned quartermaster for the Council of Dornagal. Ah, dang it. So even when we unlock rank 5, like, unlocking rank 5 of the renown is still not going to be enough. We're also going to need to spend 150 artisan's acuity. So, yeah, that's not great. I mean, it makes sense. But I think in Dragonflight, in Dragonflight, you'd unlock it with like reputation, and then you'd use Dragon Isle supplies to buy things with it, like to unlock these recipes. I feel like these should have been with resonance crystals. The fact that we have to, I don't know. I get why Blizzard's doing it that way, because it does time gated, and it does mean that your decisions are, like, more important, right? Like, you do have to kind of decide, well, which recipes do I want to pick up first? Which, you know, do I want to prioritize knowledge points instead? So, I mean, I guess it's good in that sense, and it allows more players to have competitive edges in more things. But of course, I'm just thinking about it from me making gold. Skip conversation, tell me another time. Tell me about the console. We'll skip the conversation. We're just trying to unlock delves. Sir, delves, please just point us in the direction of delves. Oh god, we gotta go to some freaking village. What are we doing here, gang? Why can't I just queue up for a delve? Or maybe I can't. Maybe I can I? Maybe I'm thinking that I need to like do this quest line and I can just like go talk to Bran and queue up that way. I doubt it's that simple though. But hey, what do I know? Where's the delve? No, this isn't the delve thing. It's probably gonna take me at least a couple months to get used to being in a new capital city. I quite like it though. What are delves in the okay, so that didn't unlock it for us. Delve treasures. Now, these are rewards. These are just some lazy dudes hanging out. Scouting map. Like I've tested, we tested out a delve on the level 80 realm, but we were not able to, like I haven't been able to figure out A, how to unlock delves evidently, or B, how to queue up for them, and like, are they time gated? Is there any sort of like weirdness to being able to access them? We have the portal to Orgrimmar from here, so at least we figured that out. The earthen teleporter, which is going to take us to the 4th seat. Is this just the top of the tower? Top of the tower. Okay, I'm already failing at speaking. All right, that's it. I'm going to take a quick little break, and we will be right back. Thank you, everyone who's watching live, as always. All right, we are back. So, give me 1 second, actually. All right, So we are going to try and complete this quest line so that we can hopefully unlock delves. Because the main thing that we're trying to do right now is test out how good of an XP source and like gear source and how good for leveling overall delves are, and whether or not it would make sense to like level alts through delves. Okay, so this is the fellow we gotta find. Let's turn this in. 434. Yeah, so the okay, here's our first delve. There we go. Oh, I don't know what that just did. Presumably it was a phasing thing or something. Oh, do we actually have to like fly around to the various delves? That may be the thing. It may be like dungeons where it's not like you just queue up, or like how dungeons used to work where it's not like you just queue up from the interface, but you actually have to fly to whichever delve you want to do, which kind of makes sense, I suppose. I guess I assumed that it was a queuing system because that's how it is on the level 80 realm. You just have like an NPC you talk to who ports you there. But I guess it makes more sense that they would actually want us to like fly over to the delve, because I believe there's going to be like a whole bunch of different delves, and then a couple of them get empowered with like what do you call it, with like world quests every 3.5 days, so the same way that like world quests work. Okay, we did that. Select a combat role for brands. We already selected damage dealer. Do I need to change it just because? All right, damage dealer. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so we select the tier difficulty, tier 1, which will give us eye level 434 gear, as well as a significant increase to player experience. Let's see what that means. So right now, before entering the delve, we're at 39,000 out of 247,000, so we're 17%. Let me write that down so that I don't forget that. 39,912. All right, let's go ahead and enter tier 1 of the delve, and let's see how challenging it is. I mean, this character does also have eye level 408 gear, so it's if it's not too difficult on this tune, it's only going to be easier on other characters. Now, the delve that we tested out on stream a couple weeks ago wasn't super fun. It was just sort of like running around a cave and like looting things and taking out mobs, which my hope is that this is at least my understanding of what the vision for delves was, that it was gonna basically be a mixture of like the things they learned from Torghast and the things they learned from, you know, other experiences like what do you call it, the Zascara vaults, and what's the other, and like the advances they have from follower dungeons, and what are some of the other systems that like they've tried doing something. Sorry, the digs, right? The dig sites with the Loam Niffin digs, because those were also all really fun, and the I think one of the reasons that they were super fun was because of the fact that because they were procedurally generated. In the case of Torghast, it was still not that difficult to what do you call it? Like, Torghast, eventually a lot of things got figured out, and so you could find guides for it and all that. But with the Zascara vaults and with the Loam Niffin digs, there weren't really too many guides out there, and there wasn't really much that they could tell you in a guide, right? Like, I think that's always fun, is a lot of times now with a lot of the content, like you can, whether it's a dungeon, whether it's gearing, whether it's like whatever the thing is. Ooh, 200 gold off of a gray. That's kind of nice. I wonder how these grapple points work. But yeah, I feel like it's always fun in WoW when you can like have to figure things out yourself, which I suppose you could, like I mean, technically speaking, right, you can do that for all of WoW. There's no reason to you don't, like, no one's forcing you to check Wowhead or you know, to like figure out the optimal way of doing everything. But at the same point, it's just not something that I end up doing, right? Like, I mean, more like in the past couple of weeks, I've been doing a lot more of like testing things out myself, because I want to create guides for y'all and like have interesting things to say on stream. But otherwise, I do have a pretty solid habit of just checking everything. Like anything I'm trying to do, I'll check Wowhead to see what, you know, what the comments say are the best ways to like do things and stuff like that. Okay, so these items that we're looting just off the ground, it looks like they're basically giving us companion experience, which is experience for Bran. And like Seek said earlier on the stream, it seems like those are going to be account wide. So it should be interesting to see whether we can just infinitely farm these on our alts, or if it's just like the first time that we run this delve, or like the first time we run it per week, maybe we get experience for Bran, and then every subsequent run we get player like character experience, but no additional experience to Bran. It would make sense for it to work that way, because I think that is sort of the plan for how they want most of these rewards to work. I'm also being very thorough in like taking out every single mob. I don't know if that's necessarily required, but I suppose if we're oh, I probably should have started a timer as well, huh? I suppose later on I can like go check back on the stream. You know what? Let's start a timer. Better now than never, and we'll just add like another 10 minutes to it, just so I can get a rough estimation of how long it took us to complete this first delve. And I wonder if this delve will be a little bit slower because they're trying to like explain the delve system to us. Vial of what's this? Okay, a crafting reagent. We had a mining node earlier, which is also interesting to me, because I wonder if ever there will be a case in which it's easy to like queue up for a delve, run through, loot the node, like mine the node, right? So you queue up for a tier 1 delve, like run through, loot the mining node, and then like port right out, and then do that again and like use that to farm up mats. Presumably not though, because my guess is that if it's like they've probably scaled the level of like mining and herbalism nodes with the difficulty level that you're at, so it probably still won't be the easiest to do that. Okay, I like this. They've got the little Torghast powers. While in combat, a magnetic leader has a chance to assist you, pushing enemies towards it for 5 seconds before exploding. Now, is this just for this run, or is this just like a permanent buff that Bran now has? No, it doesn't seem to be. Maybe that's a combat curio? Is that what that is? I suppose I won't really figure that out until we level Bran a bit more. Is the point of having these grapple like, I feel like the fact that they have those grapple points must mean that there's some advantage to using them, right? I doubt Blizzard just put them there because. Maybe it's if you don't necessarily want to, like, if you don't care about experience, right? Because presumably if you're doing this on a level 80, you don't care about the experience, and you probably don't care too much about the like basic loot, right? And so maybe that's why you can just like skip ahead, right? Okay, green cooking reagent, and some more weaver cloth. Oh geez, Bran is unconscious. He's unconscious, flying around on a griffin. Glad we have him along for the ride. Nice of him to join us. But I guess to be fair to Bran, he's also level 1 right now, so I can't be too judgy. And also, I literally died trying to mine earlier on this stream, so I don't think I have much ground to stand on. Okay, so we are also getting resonance crystals through this. Choose your hero talents. Oh yeah, I guess we did level up at some point and I forgot to pick a hero talent. I can't be bothered to look through it right now. It's 30 chat. How did we miss that? Or I guess we wouldn't have seen it from the ground, so the only way we can see this from up here. Yeah, so you're definitely gonna have to keep your head on a pivot, because I guess they're like, I guess a lot of the rewards will be kind of hidden away like that, right? I just happen to see that at the corner of my eye. 447, that's a nice upgrade. Let's drop combat and upgrade to that. Oh, we never ended up equipping these bracers, did we? I don't know if the stats are any better, but hey, we have them. I do miss my bag add-on. I thought I enabled it, but maybe not. Anyway, we've already dilly-dallied enough this stream. I'm not gonna spend more time on the interface right now. All right, we spoke to him. We moved it forward. Let's see how we're going here. I suppose we can start moving ahead and clearing things. Oh, and of course it spawns behind us. Or runs past us, rather. Why is Bran flying around on on his griffin? Like, we're inside a cave, dude. If I can't mount, why do you get to mount? And also, we're in combat. What are you doing, Bran? Okay. So, I mean, yeah, it seems like, unsurprisingly, the early quest lines are going to be super easy to just blast through with even a decently geared. I wouldn't even call my main well geared. Like 502 is, like, I know how little effort I put into gearing, and my main is 502, so yeah, like moderately well geared. I think we should not have any issues melting most, if not all, of the early content. We'll probably want to run each of the dungeons at least once. We did take a look the other day at the dungeon, like loot and rewards. Do you think this? The fact that they've put these larvae and these undercrawler hatchlings here makes me think that they have a chance to drop something, but probably not. They're probably just there for flavor. Okay, this looks different. Abandoned restoration stone. Ah, okay, so now we have a respawn point, so we don't spawn back at the start. Okay, yeah, that would have sucked. That would have sucked. Interestingly enough, they don't really have, like... They don't really have... It doesn't seem like there's any sort of, like, scoring system or anything. Which kind of makes sense. I suppose this is supposed to be, like, casual and accessible. But it's not like well, maybe we'll find our score out at the end. I guess Torghast in the default interface doesn't show you your score either. And then you just get the, like, score at the end, right? Alright, let's loot some more of these mislaid curiosities. How is he? Has he not leveled up yet? Or has Bran leveled up and I haven't realized it? There must be some... Well, first of all... Okay, he needs another 200 experience. I'm sure we'll loot that in the next room or two. Are we at the end? Oh, I think this is the... I think this may be the end boss of the Delve. So what are we at? That was like... I would guess it took us about 15 minutes, and that was being very thorough and going at my pace, which is probably slower than most people would get through this in. So, oh, that I should have seen that coming. But again, since when do I pay attention to mechanics or know anything about mechanics? Okay. So we got 2 achievements here. We unlocked tier 2 delves. We also just got an achievement for completing the delve. Let's see what else happened here. Bran got leveled all the way to level 3. And we ended the delve. All right, let's see what the final rewards here are as well. I suppose that's a good idea. And then we won't count the experience that we get from the end of that. Okay, let's look. Even these last rooms have some lootable items. Now, I would be surprised if there aren't add-ons that sort of make it more apparent where these things are. Do I? Plus gold. That's like 2-3 gold. I know I have the chat log hidden so y'all can't see that, but it's 2 or 3 gold for running over those giant piles of gold. So I don't know if they're just like stacked it up in pennies or coppers, I suppose. But it seems like from all of, like seeing a whole pile of shiny gold like that, and we only get 2 gold, 8 silver, and 79 copper. Okay, now there's 2 of these heavy trunks, and okay, that's the leave a bot, so I guess that's how we leave. And I don't think any of these are giving us experience, right? We got 4 resonance crystals. We got a new helm, which is an eye level 434. I don't know if these rewards scale, so maybe on our like 493 main, we'd actually get a higher eye level reward, but who knows. Then we also got 12 undercoins, which are warband transferable to trade secrets and tales of wealth. I know we use these for something. I think there are some recipes that you can buy with this, and I think there are some other uses for it, profession and gold making wise. Now, the other thing that we got was this, which is a consumable, which gives us water breathing and swim speed. And then we got a quest item, which started this quest called The Key to Success. And it looks like this will give us 3,000 Delver's Journey reputation. We basically just need to turn this in to someone in Dornogal. 150 resonance crystals, which is nice. And 750 of the undercoins. And I do like when you mouse over it, it also tells you which ones are one-time warband bonuses and that this one is just repeatable, I guess. But I don't know if this quest is... Let's go ahead and accept the quest and let's loot the other trunk. And then we'll look at what the actual quest text says. And then that one gave us an Ancient Curio, which started a quest, an Unbreakable Iron Idol, rank 1 out of 4. So I guess this we can equip on Bran. Let's go ahead and right click on that. When any player's health falls below 40%, whatever. And yeah, that gave us 9 undercoins, the Ancient Curio, and the Unbreakable Iron Idol. Now, what the Ancient Curiosity combat? Is that... Okay, so let's quickly check how much experience we got from that, because I don't want to count the quests, because presumably the quest items that we got... Is this the Ancient Curio? We added that, so no, that's not that quest. Ancient Curio. Is that the same thing as Ancient Curiosity? No, we have this Ancient Curio item. I think this just gave us the quest to equip the Unbreakable Iron Idol that we got. And then when we turn that in, we'll get a reward. But again, I think this is probably interestingly... Yeah, okay, so this is a warband-wide quest. So once we complete it once, we can't do it on anyone else. This one looks like it's a weekly quest, and I guess the first character that you complete it on will get the Delver's Journey reputation, as well as the 150 resonance crystals. Every subsequent character that completes the quest will get the 5,300 experience, or whatever it scales to, as well as 750 of the Undercoin. Now, I don't know what things cost with Undercoin. Let's maybe look that up real quick. Because depending on whether or not we need this currency to like buy recipes. Oh, I guess we need to go to beta. And let's see if it has more info here. Currency floor, here we go. Restored coffer keys, and these cost 2,000. I'm guessing, yeah, so there's a pet that we can get, and there's a toy, as well as like some gear, as well as some schematics for the airship, which is like the upgradable mount that we get, like the replacement for whatever. We can also buy 567 gear. I don't know how good that is. But hey, warband wide gear is always appreciated for alts, and also, I mean, realistically for me, I'm probably going to use it to gear up my main as well. 5,000 to get adventurer 4 out of 8. I don't know what eye level that translates to. I haven't figured out what the like breakpoints are. But okay, it looks like it's mainly like gear and like there's a pet. I don't think we saw a mount. So I think the main thing will be like gear, transmog, and these restored coffer keys, so that when you do what's called like a bountiful delve, which is what I was saying earlier, I think those are the ones that have a weekly quest attached to them. And basically, you will need to use up one of these keys to like unlock one of these bountiful coffers at the end of one of those bountiful delves. It doesn't tell us what the rewards are though. Renowned with the. Is this a? Oh, I think this is the Paragon reward. It is kind of wild to me that it looks like people have actually played enough on the beta to not only max out the renown, but then also farm multiple of the Paragon chests, because presumably that's how Wowhead has data for more than one, right? It's saying 7 out of 40, so at least 40 times people have looted the Paragon chest for one of the factions already, which is kind of wild to me. All right. We said, yeah, it took us about 15 minutes to complete the delve, which is not too bad. This is obviously a tier 1 delve, so presumably harder ones may take longer or shorter. I think the combat didn't take us too long. I don't think it was taking us long to kill things or to like move things. And we are at 48%. So we gained around 31%. So about a third of a level in 15 minutes. At that same rate, 3 levels, what is it? A level every 45 minutes, roughly? Give or take? That's not too bad. That's not too bad, actually. So, I mean, let's say we had, assuming it scales the same way, right? We've got 10 levels, and we divide that by 3. Wait, what am I? Yeah, so... All right. My brain's not working for math. Let's try this over. Yeah, so we have to do 3.33 delve. No, that can't be right. So we'd have to do 30 delves, right? Assuming it's 3 delves per. I don't know why simple math is something I'm struggling with right now. Anyway, let's say 30 delves at 15 minutes each. That's 450 minutes, which is like 7.5 hours, which kind of tracks, right? Because I think Blizzard I think the early reports in the beta have been that it should take you about 6 to 8 hours to get from level 70 to 80 if you're kind of moving quickly, let's say, through leveling, right? I doubt it'll take me that. Like, I doubt it'll be that quick for me at least on my main. And if you've seen any of my streams from Remix, I doubt it'll be that quick for me on any of my subsequent characters either, to be honest. But okay, so it seems like delves are a decent enough way of getting experience, at least no better or worse than any of the other ones. Though it should be interesting to see whether it makes more sense for us to do these at level 75 once we've run out of, like, once we've completed the entire campaign, at least on our main. Could be interesting for all right, so we're at the, oh, this just ported us to the entrance of the delve, so I guess we actually have to like leave the delve. And it's not a portal, we have to like right click it and leave the delve, I guess. All right, there's that. What will you do now? So can we just go ahead and like queue up for the next level of it? Oh, we can. But this one's going to reward us less experience at the end. It looks like anything, like, in order to, you can't push too far anyway, because anything past, like, tier 4 and on are going to require level 80, and you have to have completed the main story campaign on the warband. And yeah, it looks like that's how we unlock it all the way till tier 11 basically. And I don't think it's gonna show me the rewards for the higher tiers. But okay, so I wonder if these are like constantly available. I think they are, right? I think it's just the you won't have the world quest up for them, and so that's where we'll need to that's where we'll sort of need to figure things out. Let's turn in this quest. Arachnophobic Spelunker Striker. I like it. I like it. That is definitely the weapon for me. Although Arachnophobia mode wasn't working super well earlier on, and I was not happy about that. I will make no bones about that. Alright, we picked up both of those quests. Let's go ahead and equip this weapon. Let's see here. Should we? I think let's go turn in that other. Let's go turn in that other quest there. I did want to fly over to the City of Threads and see if there's anything we can do there before completing the entire campaign. I definitely can't be bothered to like go through the entire campaign on beta, just because I don't feel like I want to spend. Well, I mean, the two reasons I gave before. A, I don't want to spend like 8 hours on beta. Just questing, and then B, also I do actually want to enjoy like the novelty of the expansion when it launches, even through early access. And if you're watching live, let me know, how do you feel about the early access? How do you think Blizzard's going to deal with it? Because I feel like they're intentionally being very opaque about what the limitations are going to be. We know that you can't do, I think even heroic dungeons are like blocked, right? You can only do normal mode dungeons. You can't do mythic zeros or like anything like that. Obviously you can't do any raids. I don't think you can do any raided content. They've said that you're not going to be able to like, they want early access to not have much of an impact like later on down, like basically a couple weeks into the expansion, you shouldn't be able to tell who had early access and who didn't, which is kind of weird, right? Like, I'm not sure what that means, because how would you not, right? If someone has like 5, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if someone has 3 extra days to play the game, you know that there's going to be a bunch of people who are even more degen than I am, who are going to have like, you know what I mean, who are already going to have like 3 or 4 level 80 characters by the time everyone else is getting the normal mode unlocked for them. Yeah, but they've said that basically any of the weekly, like, you won't have access to the weekly quests, you won't have access to a bunch of the weekly content. And from a profession standpoint, I think they basically said that you won't have access to like patron work orders, you won't have access to you know, the profession weekly quests. which I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, because when we've been looking at like on the beta leveling realm, when we've looked at how we want to level up our professions, I feel like having NPC, like having patron work orders available, is definitely going to be an easy way to push some skill points, right? And so I guess my thinking is, I don't know if that makes it an advantage or a disadvantage to level up the profession before those work orders are available, because theoretically you could maybe get, you know, more bang for your buck if you waited until what do you call it? Until the patron work orders are available to level up the profession. Because let's say you were going to craft a weaver cloth boat, right? If you're doing it without patron crafting orders, you can complete that patron crafting order and get the skill point for it, as well as the other rewards that you'll get for completing the crafting order. Whereas if you're doing it without patron work orders, you'd end up having to like, you would only get the skill point from it, but you wouldn't get anything else. Though I don't know, because on one hand they're saying they have this catch-up system, right? But on the other hand, if they give too much if they give too much of an advantage to people who have early access, especially being as pricey as it is, right? Like it is a decent bit more money or gold if you're using Battle.net balance than the basic version of the game is. So like, I get why people will start calling it pay to win and all that fun stuff that happens. But yeah, I feel like they should give more clarity on what exactly they're planning on having available and what they're not. Okay, we can also convert undercoins into resonance crystals, it looks like. Or delve reagents. Ah, that's interesting. I wonder if that means that these blue items, like these blue crafting reagents that we've been seeing on the what do you call it, on the beta like profession leveling thing, right? When we were leveling up professions on the beta, we saw some of these blue crafting reagents and it wasn't immediately apparent to us where they would come from. I wonder if that means that these only come from delves. If so, that's definitely going to be a reason to run delves on your alts, because we needed a handful of them to level some of the professions and to push them past a certain point. But other than that, for the toy collectors, it looks like there are a bunch of toys that we can use our undercoins on. But yeah, if that's the case, then ideally we're going to probably want to, I mean, if we can get undercoins, it really depends on what kind of stuff you can do during early access, right? Because if you do that weekly quest, the first the delve weekly quest, right? If we're able to do that, well, presumably we won't be able to do it during early access, because Blizzard has said that anything that's weekly we straight up won't have access to. But even once the game actually launches, it may make sense to do that on a bunch of different alts. If delve unlocks our account wide, simply because of the fact that you can basically, for every 2 alts that you do it on, so each alt basically gets 1 random delve reagent, right? Because this currency is transferable, so you can just gather them up all onto your main or whichever character you want to, and then use them to buy these pouches of reagents and get 2 of them. So essentially each of these reagents is worth at least 750 undercoin, which early on, I'm sure those blue reagents may sell for a decent bit. Is there anything else here that we can get with undercoins? Because my point is, there is a way to transfer undercoins directly into gold, and it looks like it's this pouch right here, right? Potentially the resonance crystals may be handy as well, because I think there are some items that you can buy with resonance crystals that are relevant. But from a simply from a gold making perspective, alt army gold source early on will definitely be to complete that quest on as many alts as you can, right? And get these reagent pouches. I'm just gonna jot that down. And actually, I'm just gonna take a quick minute or two break as well. So thank you to everyone who's watching live. Absolutely love y'all. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know if there's anything else you want me to check out on beta. We did our first delve, but I still want to tinker around a little bit more with the beta. But if there's anything you want us to do together on stream, let me know in the chat, and we'll do it when I'm back from break in a second here. See you guys in a sec. All right, and we are back. So let's first of all, let's see how much weaver cloth we've gathered just flying around and like doing a bit of questing and stuff like that. Ooh, we only got 22. Now I don't remember what the unraveling rate was, but I think we can do 4 unravels. We can only unravel at a tailor's work table. Why? Why? Dear God, why? That seems annoying. All right, first of all, let's reload our interface and have our add-ons back. Okay, we have too many add-ons, but it is what it is. All right, now it's saying it's Handy Notes is still telling me that the tailoring Dornigal Seam Ripper item is here. And presumably we should be able to loot it because it says it requires tailoring 1, which we have. But I think the Handy Notes pins are probably just not accurate. Let's go ahead and do our unraveling. And that should get us... Okay, we have enough to get to 5 skill points. Okay, so each 5 Weaver Cloth is turning into, I think, between 10 and 20, if depending on RNG, of the Weaver threads, right? Which is what we're going to use for the bolts. Yeah. So we got 100. So basically, we need to what is it? We said we need to craft 50 of these Weaver Cloth bolts, for which we need 500 spools of Weaver thread. And if we divide 500 by 15, and yes, I am going to break up my calculator because the only way I have fun in a video game is if I need to use Excel and spreadsheets and stuff. So we need to do 34 unravelings, and each unraveling requires 5. So we need about 170 Weaver Cloths. And I already forgot how many I said how many I just said we got. We got enough for 4, so we got what, 20? Yeah, I guess we had 22 Weaver Cloth that we got from the early zone. So yeah, gathering your own tailoring mats is gonna kind of be a bit of a pain in the butt from the looks of things, which is not great. Not stoked about that. Not super excited about that. But hey, it is what it is, right? Okay. I think what we're gonna do now is probably... Is this a Gilded Prowler? Is this the one that we got from Shadowlands? Or is this a different source? Oh, we have to be exalted with the Bastion people, the Ascended or whatever. Okay. I was wondering how come, because most of the Shadowlands, well, a lot of them either don't fly or don't have dragon riding enabled. I think what we're going to do now is probably fly over to like the City of Threads. I want to check out some of the other zones, just kind of see what they look like, see what the look and feel and that kind of stuff is. I don't know how we get to the other zones, to be fair. I guess we can also quickly just look at some of the different treasures that are available, because that'll also give us an indication. I think most of these items give us 150 Council of Dornogal renown. So we would ideally want to do as many of these as we can. Although again, like I said, I don't think the main limitation for us to unlock all the profession bonuses that are tied behind renown are going to actually be the renown. I think the bigger like sort of gatekeeper there is going to be the artisan's acuity, since even once we have adequate renown to unlock recipes or to unlock knowledge points, we need to spend artisan's acuity, which is going to be more valuable to us. Now, how do we get to the next zone? As you can tell, I have not spent much time at all on the leveling realms here. It looks like there's a dungeon here. There's a dungeon here. Dornogal, that's the capital. Yeah, we kind of know that. Can I just like fly across this gap? I think this whole thing is underground though. So do we? Is it through here? Do we like go through this thing and end up here? Because it kind of looks like that may be what it is. Because my guess is that this is all underneath here. I'm not sure actually lore wise or just like physics wise where, like, how exactly this whole thing's supposed to be structured. My understanding is that I think most of these zones are supposed to be underground, but then Hallowfall looks like it has a coastline, so I don't this looks like it would probably be ocean, but it also looks like it's carved into the ground. And so I'm not sure if all of the zones are underground. I think Aj, Kahet, and the Ringing Deeps being underground kind of makes sense. I don't think Hallowfall is supposed to be completely underground because it looks pretty green as well, right? Blue is kind of weird. I don't know what that means, but anyway, let's just quickly go through the zones and look at the capital cities and sort of what the different items are. So Hallowfall has the Hallowfall Arathi. Merildar is the capital. It looks like there's a delve here. Oh, so that's what these little icons are. These are all the delves. So yeah, they're like scattered all over the place, and I guess we can probably fly around. I don't know if they're gonna give us like a first time bonus for each one. But it looks like the treasures will probably never mind. Never mind. This is why I should never make guesses about things on stream, because I always get it wrong. It seems like. I was gonna say I would assume that most of the treasures will give us reputation with the Halafal Arathi. But taking a look around, it doesn't look like these ones give it to us, or at least Handy Notes doesn't seem to tell us that they do. But overall, this zone looks pretty cool. Let's move over to the Ringing Deeps, I guess it's called. And of course, delves all over the place. Assembly of the Deeps is the faction here. I think are these guys kobolds? I think they're kobolds. The Assembly of the Deeps. We already have Renown rank 1 with them. I guess we'll have to check that in a second. No, I think these are actually the Earthen guys. The seat of Earthen industry and home of the machine speakers. And again, these treasures don't seem to give us renown with the faction, but that could just be that Handy Notes is either not aware of it or that it genuinely just doesn't. Presumably the rares should, but who knows, honestly. Although interestingly, in the Ringing Deeps, it looks like we can already like just fly there and pick up a bunch of quests, right? The map is showing us a bunch of quests that we have available to us. So I don't think it's one of those things where if you don't have the if you haven't progressed far enough in the campaign, you can't show up there. I think at least for the Ringing Deeps, we can sort of just show up there and start doing quests. Oh jeez. What is this quest? Home is where the candle is. Okay. Okay. And then Ashkahed is the final zone. And here we have... Looks like these treasures don't give us any rep either. Or like... Yeah, renown. I guess. And this is the Severed Threads faction or thing. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. And then down here we have the City of Threads. Now this is a zone I'm pretty interested in because of the fact that every time I see like a recipe or something, it seems like it says there's a vendor here. I think this is kind of inspired by the Nightborn City in what do you call it? In Legion, right? What is it? In Suramar? Yeah, just Suramar City. Is it literally called Suramar City? I think that's what it's called. In any case, I believe it's inspired by that. Now, the only question is how the heck do we get over to the Ringing Deeps without completing the campaign? First of all, can we? What did flying through that get us? Oh, we got a Resonance Crystal. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so we can skyride around and gather Resonance Crystals. Admittedly, one at a time. Which is not a great... Probably not a great way to farm them. Let's fly over to this thing and see if this is in fact how we get to the other zones. Sorry, gang. Both my phone and my smart band decided to run out of battery at roughly the same time, so I just had to slap both of those on the charger. Yeah. I was gonna say, should we continue mining? But then I realized that it's somewhat pointless, to be fair. Because what are we going to learn on this? Like, I'm in two minds. Because on one hand, I'm like, we may find out some gathering quests require like 25 skill in mining or whatever. Which we won't be able to do on the level 80 realms because of the fact that the level 80 realms don't allow you to go to any of the new zones. Which also seems weird. I'm hoping that they change it at some point during the beta and allow us to start exploring the new zones directly on level 80 characters. But I can also see why they didn't do that because they probably want to keep the end game interesting for more players. And so if you level your way to 80 on the beta, then you get to check out all of that fun stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. Trying to read Blizzard's mind is never gonna go well, I feel like. All right, I think we'll let's do this. We'll level up mining and we'll see if that unlocks any profession quests for us. And other than that, we won't bother so much with tailoring, because I doubt we're gonna get near enough mats to actually be able to do anything. Sorry, gang. I'm trying to. I just noticed we had a spam message in the chat. But when I try to check the stream manager in Twitch, it's not showing me that message for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to update. Yeah. That's what I banned him through the restream chat. The thing is, I'm trying to ban him through Twitch as well, because I don't think it carries over. Sorry, give me a second here. Let me try and make this work. Technical issues. All right. Should we just YOLO it and try and fly across and see if that gets us to the new zone? Or let's see if we can find a flight path. Maybe we like have a flight path that we can use to get over to the new zone. Where's my Hearthstone set to? To Dornogal. Well, presumably there would be a flight path in Dornogal, but I would assume that there should be a flight path somewhere else as well, right? In the zone, this side of town, or this side of the zone. Jeez, how do I... Twitch's interface is... Okay, here we go. Banned. Boom. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay. We were looking for a flight path, and instead we're getting distracted by mining. I think this is the other reason why I don't gather. Like, that I don't really have too many characters with gathering professions, simply because of the fact that it ends up distracting me from actually doing anything productive on those characters, right? Like anytime I'm trying to like do a world quest or like level, I'm like, ooh, is that ore? Oh wow, I didn't know they had herbs here. Where is our flight path? Where is our flight path? Warboards, low level quests, and warband completed quests. Oh, I love that there's nothing on the map telling me that there is a flight path here, but I accidentally landed on the flight path, fella. How do I have so, I mean, I'm happy to see that I have the Ringing Deeps flight path unlocked, because it'll make it a lot easier for me to get over there. But how or why do I have those unlocked? Is that just a beta thing? Is it or is it going to be that way on retail as well? Like, it may be though, because I suppose they do need to give us some way to get over to these three things, right? You can port to Dornogal from Orgrimmar, but then they need to give us some way to get to these other ones. I'm hoping that at some point we'll just unlock portals from Dornogal directly to each of these zones. Heck, tie it to the renown, right? You get a certain level of renown with the faction associated with the zone, and now they've agreed to put a portal in Dornogal or whatever. You can make it make sense, and also have a lovely quality of life thing. Because with WoW being as big as it is these days, and I know like a lot of people say relative to other games, WoW isn't even that big. Oh, I didn't even see where we flew into. Did we? Okay. Renown. No, I'm not gonna be upset, man. Renown. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Renown. No, you're good, man. Like I keep saying, you're my MVP, my most valuable viewer by a long shot. All right. So, looks like we have the Renown Quartermaster here. Let's see if talking to him unlocks the faction for us, and then we should hopefully be able to. What just happened? Oh, we unlocked a bunch of gray things because we vendored a bunch of gray items, and so we unlocked the appearances for him. Cool. We have to complete a quest to unlock the rewards path, I guess. Well, I mean, I suppose we don't need to do it through that. We can just literally check the Quartermaster here, and it looks like, okay, we can get. I mean, it looks like it's sort of structured the same, right? Where you get the recipes earlier on at Renown 3, and then you still have to spend Artisan's Acuity to actually buy the recipes, which is kind of annoying, including the cooking recipe, which will never not annoy me, though it looks like this comes out at Renown 4. So really the only choice is going to be between the bag, the like skinning bag, I guess, and the contract. See, the contract will be valuable though, because everyone's going to want, you know, at least one of the contracts. So with all this stuff, I'm like, well, do I make another scribe that just focuses on contracts? Maybe we may do that. We haven't really taken a look at inscription just like on the beta yet, but when we do, we may have to keep that in mind, that it may make sense to have one of our alts just focused on contracts. And they spend all their Artisan's Acuity and all their knowledge points focusing on contracts. Not only to craft contracts for ourselves and for our other characters, although, okay, yeah, it is warband wide. That's what I was gonna say, because I wondered, like, what I was wondering was, would it make sense to have, what do you call it, like a different contract on each of your different alts? I guess not, because it's warband wide and you can only pick one per week. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Crimson Mudnose. Ooh, okay. It's like a, what do you call it? Like a mole rat mount? This is pretty cool. What do you think, Seek? How do you feel about this mount? Dig it. I like it. I caught the pun. I caught the pun. I see what you did there. Yeah, I wonder if, like, I feel like if they were going to make Niffin an allied race, they should have done it during Dragonflight. But I can hardly complain, because I feel like they did give us a good amount of content for during Dragonflight. At no point in Dragonflight was I like extremely bored. I mean, not to the level that I was like during Shadowlands and most previous expansions, right? All right, what's Bran saying over here? Delves. Oh, there's another delve down here, and this will give us another 100 resonance crystals. And I wonder if this is also... It doesn't look like this is a warband wide type thing. I think that icon just shows us it's a delve, it's a delve quest. All right. In any case, I think we saw that what the rewards are. Let's see what this quest does here. Brax's brass knuckles. Okay, a gear, like just a gear reward. I was hoping we could see what the renown track gives us. Oh, Iron Claw. Sure, yoink. All right, beyond that, I just wanted to sort of fly around the zone, get the sort of vibe of each of these 3 zones. I forgot that I'm playing a monk. I was like, why does this character have access to the monk mount? All right, I think let's actually do a loop. Let's fly around this way and head over to Halifal. Oh, Can we... how do we get to Halifal? I love that we figured out how to get to this zone, and now I can't figure out how to get outside of this zone. So it looks like the tunnel had, like some sort of a tunnel or something has collapsed here. Is it maybe from the ground? Oh, yeah, okay, I'm a moron. Or am I? Or am I? Okay, yeah, here. Boom. Was it just me, or did that already feel like we were barely in the Ringing Deeps for like a little while, and that felt super claustrophobic? Oh, geez, this is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. This is I don't think I've ever seen WoW look like this. This is absolutely stunning. Oh, now I kind of wish that I hadn't played this on beta, because this is just so beautiful, and I feel like it's not gonna hit the exact, like I feel like it's not gonna hit the same way when I finally experience it in live. Oh, I love those airships too. I liked, well, strangely enough though, this still feels a little bit claustrophobic. I'm really glad that they have arachnophobia mode for Azj-Kahet, because my understanding is that that's a completely like creepy crawly zone, and so between my claustrophobia and my arachnophobia, that would not have been a fun time. That would not have been a fun time. This is beautiful. This looks like Hobbitown. Wow, this is gorgeous though. I love the like airships. I love that it's like sort of like mildly gothic. I don't know if that's right, but zone is stunning. All right, let's head over to Azj-Kahet, and let's hope arachnophobia mode is now working. Along the way, I mean, I will probably do a separate like video or a separate stream where we go through and pick up all of the different treasures and all that fun stuff. But okay, here there's an actual spawn point for one of these, and I guess this is what Goldzin was talking about, is that they do show up on your map as these like little pink treasure chests. All right, so 1 second. Where were we? So we're currently, what is this? We're in Halifal, and basically we come into this little tent over here at 4068, and the Royal Outfitters Protractor is up here, and using that item will give us 3 Khazalgar tailoring knowledge. And of course, because it's a Blizzard interface, it's still telling us that that's there. Arathi Treasure Hoard. Now I wonder what this is. Ooh. Okay. Okay. We got a leather, like we got a hide. We got a venerable. We got radiant remnants. I have no idea what these are. And we got some resonance crystals. Fair enough, but this is a non profession related treasure, I suppose. All right, let's head into Azj-Kahet. And I love this like border town that's like a bit of both. Like it's kind of got the gothic vibe, but at the same time, it's like starting to get darker and a little bit more like mushroomy and creepy. Arathi Treasure Hoard. We're not getting any renown with these. And actually, the other interesting thing that I'm also noticing is that we're getting a decent bit of experience from exploring. Now, I don't know if that's just like the first time for your warband, or if every time we discover a place, we're gonna get that much experience. So I mean, we just discovered that little area there, and we got 4,000 experience, which is not bad considering. I mean, there's quests that are giving us 5,000 experience, right? So that warband the warband map to everything, everywhere, all at once, whatever that item's called. You may be sacrificing a decent bit of experience by using it, and presumably you can. Yeah, I am a northern. Oh, you're right. It's their racial. Good call. Okay, yeah, that explains it. Thank you, Zeke. Like I said, I don't know what I would do on stream without you, man. I think these Arathi treasure hoards are like the new the replacements for the dirt, and handily it looks like we don't need an item to loot them, because Lord knows 9 times out of 10 I would end up forgetting to like have a shovel, and then I'd like spend an entire day going like, weird that I didn't see any of the treasures. Like I only saw adventure packs, or I didn't see any of the dirt. And so, okay, it looks like the spool of web weave. It looks like the spool of web weave we can loot off of the Arathi treasure chests that are all over, the treasure hoards, I guess, that are all over. That'll give us 1 knowledge point in tailoring. All right, let's head further into the darkness, I guess. Ashkahet. Now I believe they just removed these skywriting glyphs, but it does kind of look like they're still here. I mean, Handy Notes is showing them. I thought the whole thing was that they got rid of them though. So maybe Handy Notes is just not updated, and although that looks like a dragon riding glyph. I do wonder whether it's if it's just account wide though. Oh, okay, there's a different mount that you get for it. Let's oh yeah, this was the other thing I've been wanting to check for a couple of days, is if they've added a 600 mount achievement, and they haven't. We need a 600 mount achievement, and we need a what do you call it, a 700 mount achievement as well. Or do 650. I'll take 650 because I'm close to 600 right now. But I don't want to just get rewarded for having the 600 mounts I have right now. I also want to have something to work towards. All right, wait, where would this be for the mount? You get a mount for. Do you know which mount it is? Not feats of strength, expansion features. No, well, skywriting, right? The ringing deeps collect. No, these are all races. Where is it? Where is it? I'm guessing it would be in here, right? Or maybe not. What are these called? Skywriting glyph. Ashkahet glyph hunter. War within. Okay, here we go. Khazar Algar glyph hunter. Alright, so basically it's the Khazalgar Glyph Hunter achievement, and you'll get it by basically picking up all of the glyphs in each of the zones. And what's it called? And the reward is the Swarmite Sky Hunter. Oh, that's kind of a letdown. But okay, so and the reward is the Swarmite Sky Hunter, which presumably can skyride. And I guess is just sort of a, wow, they are really reusing this model. I mean, I was gonna say, am I bugging? But am I bugging? Is this not the one that we got? Is this not the exact same model that we get, that we already have access to? The fact that they've like put it on such a like, I mean, not a major achievement, but I feel like this should be more, like this is a Kaz Gar achievement. I feel like it should be more Kaz Gar fault now. And then also the Glory of the Narrowbar Raider mount is this one. That's kind of underwhelming, right? And then or you can buy it for almost 4,000 cash. Like, what's the fishing guys in the sky? No, what is the Water Strider? Yeah, the Water Strider. Okay, I guess it's not the exact same model, but I mean, it looks pretty dang close. Oh, do the Iskara also have a mount like that? No, the Iskara have the Odyx, right? Oh, I should probably farm up these necks as well, actually. In any case. Is that the same model? Where is it? Sources. Oh, I can't filter by expansion, can I? Dragonflight Expedition. Crimson Water Striders. Nat Pagel. Leaping Maid Secret. No. This was the mount that I was talking about. The Water Strider. That you get from the anglers. I could have sworn that there were more colors of it that you unlock, though, but maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, the anglers. Where's the Dragon Scale Expedition one? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, so isn't this literally the exact same model? What's the difference between this Skitterfly and the Swarmite Sky Hunter? All right, let's see if we can just put them side by side. It's literally just a recolor. I hope they change this, but the fact that they've put different skins on each of these, I mean, I don't know, that seems kind of weird. Like the glory mounts are usually something pretty cool, right? The fact that like we're gonna have to complete a glory raider achievement, it's not like it. It's literally exactly it. Oh, 1 second. Here, see, so this is the Dragonflight Expedition mount, and this is the new one. I mean, maybe it's a little bit higher res or something, imperceptibly so to me at least. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Don't these look exact? I'm fairly certain these are literally the exact same model. They look like the exact same model. They've literally just recolored the Expedition mount. That's kind of a letdown because I feel like, first of all, 4,000 Kej is like Kej. I know that you need for a lot of the recipes and stuff like that. So Kej is going to be pretty valuable. 4,000 isn't a small amount of whatever currency, right? I don't know how easily we earn Kej, so maybe it's not as big of a deal. But considering, you know, it's like a amount that you buy with currency, I'm assuming you're going to need a fairly decent amount of it, right? The second option you have is the Glory of the Narrowbar Raider, which should also have a cool looking mount, right? Like it's not an easy achievement to get, at least on launch, or even later on, right? Like the part of the Glory of the Raider achievements is that, like, even in like expansions in the future, like once you out level all of the stuff, it still takes a lot of time, right? And then the last one is from this glyph hunting achievement. I don't know. I really do hope they change that, and I hope these are placeholders. And I'm raging for nothing. In any case, let's quickly finish our fly through of what do you call it? Of freaking of Ashkahet. And then I think we're gonna probably wrap up the stream because we're going on. I suppose we did start a little bit late. I was gonna say we're going on 4 hours, though I suppose we did start a little bit late. So. Oh god, I don't like the webbing. I don't like the webbing. At least this feels a little bit less claustrophobic than the Ringing Deeps did. This thing looks kind of cool, but it's a bit bug filled for my liking. Okay, I like that all of these are converted to lobster crab type thingies. Right, that I'm here for. Oh geez, all these mobs are level 78, and this character is level 71 right now, so there's a good chance that I would take it hard if they decided to get froggy with me. Oh, hold up one second. Did the music go off? Oh. My speakers just decided to mute themselves for no reason. Alright, I don't want to, but I need to for testing. We're going to switch off arachnophobia mode for just a second and see. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so these go back to being less pleasant to look at, fellas. Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, I've played this game for 20 years without arachnophobia mode, and I made it through all that. So, hey, I mean, that said, I'm still happy to have the feature, even if it may break the lore a little bit. I'm okay with that. The fewer creepy crawlies I need to see, the better. I do like that they've kept the same thing that we enjoy about the Dream Surge and that you could like fly around looting bronze. I like that they've continued that into the War Within, and that you can like there's still things to like fly out of your way for. I mean, 1 resonance crystal, I don't know how much that's necessarily gonna buy you or like get you or whatever. But still nice that they have that. Wow, down to the renowned quartermaster is would have been a bug right now. All right, we get a 541 level 78 ring, right? So that'll definitely be an upgrade for more or less all of our characters, and I guess we'll unlock it at renown 2, which is nice. And then at renown 4 will unlock oh, weapon oils are back. Heck yeah. Okay, so that'll be a nice consumable for us to sell as well, but again, it will take 150 of the artisan's acuity, and we'll have to, it's the same thing for the contract as well as for the alchemist zone. Now I really am skeptical that I will at all buy this recipe while it's current. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Ooh, look at is this a slug mount? This is a pretty cool looking mount. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of dumb. Like it looks kind of like quite literally gormless. It's also weird that the lighting is only on one side, but I think that's probably just an interface thing. Yeah, this is. I love that it doesn't give me the option to like see the mount without a passenger, but I can undress my character on top of the mount for whatever reason. Oh god, and there's so the Severed Threads renown reward is also one of these stupid dang Aqua Strider things that we've had since freaking Mists of Pandaria. Alright, I have to believe that this is a placeholder, because I would be rather upset if this is how it ships. That said, who knows, honestly. Pack dealer. Okay, so this is where we spend cash. And okay, we get another crab mount. Well, 3 different crab mounts, and these 2 appear to have the same model, so presumably this gets updated. Oh, although I wonder if this is I wonder if it's showing me this model because of arachnophobia mode. Dang it. Okay, we gotta swap arachnophobia mode back off, and now let's see if the mounts appear the exact same way. That would be hilarious though, if like by switching on arachnophobia. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay, good God, no. Yeah, no. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you. No, thank you for. Oh jeez. Okay, yeah, I'm not a fan of these. Not a fan of these. Yeah, I think it is the arachnophobia filter. I wonder though if they've also swapped. What's the I mean, the war spider will probably just look like the war spider. What's the like super expensive vendor mount that's like $1 million gold that I never bought simply because it looked like a spider? I want to see that with arachnophobia mode on, and if they've changed it, then I may actually buy. Yeah, the widow. There we go. Thank you. So the Mad Merchant, they haven't changed the model on this one. Or no, wait, we have arachnophobia mode off right now. Let's switch it back on. And then let's check the Widow. Because I think I checked it on live and they hadn't changed it. Okay, they have changed. Okay, they've changed the Bloodfang Widow as well to a crocodile. Or to a crab. What am I saying? What am I saying? They've changed it to a crab. Now the question is, do I want to spend $1 million gold? I think it costs $1 million gold at least. Do I want to spend $1 million gold for another crab mount? I suppose it's still like for players who are not bothered by who don't have arachnophobia, they'll still see me riding on a different mount, and it'll still add 1 to my little mount collection thing. But this may actually get me to buy this mount, which is kind of funny because basically Blizzard's offering me the ability to spend $1 million gold to get a mount that looks exactly like a bunch of other mounts that I have anyway. But I mean, the logic doesn't fully make sense to me either, but this may actually, I may have to. All right, let's do this. Bloodfang Widow. Ooh, Bloodfang Cocoon. Hopefully, does Wowhead have a? Why doesn't Wowhead have arachnophobia mode, huh? Where they censor this image for me. Oh, gee, it's 2 million gold. Can I get like a faction discount? Does my goblin get it for cheaper? Would a goblin get it for cheaper? Yeah, that was the other thing, is supposedly this the jump animation's really creepy on it as well. So I mean, that's the other reason why I didn't buy it. To be honest with you, I don't even like the blood, like that's also the Blood Feaster. I have the same issue with. Feaster, what is it? What's the item is called the Blood Feaster. But I don't know what the actual mount is called. Leaping Vein Seeker. Yeah, I don't like the name already. But arachnophobia mode for some reason isn't enabled for these mounts. And I don't get why. Like they clearly, I mean, credit to them, they did it for the blip. I mean, I was saying earlier on stream that supposedly what happened was literally one of the devs had arachnophobia and decided to like work on it all by herself. But to be fair, I heard that story secondhand, so I don't know any of the details, and I may be completely mistaken there. But I thought that was really cool, because I've played this game for 20 years, constantly dreading the fact that there's going to be another one of them bugs somewhere around here. Ooh, there's a Niffin stash down here. Seek, I wonder if the fact that like the Niffin are storing stuff down here is like breadcrumbs towards us getting them as an allied race. I feel like the allied races that are fun are the ones that like look really different, right? Like that's why I love the Volpera. I mean, as memey as they are and like and whatever, but like they look really different, right? Like that's fun. I mean, I think they just repurposed the Goblin model is what they did, which is why it's like an allied race and not like an entirely new race. But when it's like the trolls became the Zandalari trolls, I'm like, well, I mean, cool, but also like, meh. You know what I mean? Like I like having, I mean, I like that it gives us more racials, and it gives me another reason to have yet another alt just for the racials and for the I was gonna say for the what's it called, the freaking allied races. All right, now we gotta look it up. Now we gotta look it up. Earthen. No, it's neither of these, is it? Not renown gear. God, what's it called? What is it called? Well, I won't be able to see it on this character because I can't equip anything other than heritage armor. Yeah, this one. Yeah, okay. I say the heritage armor, but at the same time, I also have. I don't think I've unlocked it for a single race. Not even Blood Elf, which is literally my main. But I'm always like, oh well, I could like if I have a max level character off that allied race, I can unlock the heritage armor for them. And Nerubian quilt. Okay, I think this is another one of the tailoring items. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Seek. I would honestly be a little bit disappointed if you didn't have all of the allied races leveled for the heritage armor. So I've gotten one of each of the horde allied races to max level through remix. I wanted to do the same thing for alliance, right? I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet, and I don't know if I can be bothered to level like 6 more alts through remix. I mean, I probably could, right? Well, we have like 2 weeks left. I definitely still could do that. Or heck, I could just literally do it during this launch event. It's probably even easier to do it in retail during the launch event, right? And hey, we would also unlock the recruits gear along the way. But I'd also need to do the quest lines to like unlock each of the allied races. I did do it for the Kulturan humans because that was just a piece of cake, right? Well, sorry, no, I did that because the fact that I wanted to have the like 2 skill bonus. I don't think it's gonna make a difference to anything, but come the War Within or like come all of the theory crafting or a more complete version of the beta, if we figure out that there is gonna be like a certain profession that has like a 2 skill breakpoint, right? I mean, technically for any profession, you'll basically be 2 knowledge points ahead of anyone else, right? And or you'll use 2 concentration less. But I guess it's most useful for professions that don't have any races that give a like bonus to them, right? Because if it's jewel crafting or enchanting or alchemy or blacksmithing, you'd want to go with the race that has those, like that has the bonus to those skills, because of the fact that gives you 5 instead. Okay. So let's do this properly. So we are We are in Ajkahet at roughly 53:52, and we're going to come into this room and back at around 53:53. There's the Nerubian quilt, which we'll loot, and that'll give us an item that'll give us 3 Kazalgar tailoring knowledge points. Oh, geez. Okay, and we can't even dragon right away. Oh, if I run inside, are they going to protect me? Probably not, right? Literally says that they're citizens. We may die here. We good to fair chance that we die here. This is where we die. Oh, we didn't find that Niffin stash, did we? Oh well. Alright, let's fly over to the City of Threads. Ooh, I like how this looks too. I mean, I like how grand it looks. Weeping Bismuth? What does that mean? How can ore be weeping? Oh, these are high level characters. I love that there's lobsters. I love that they have lobsters climbing down cobwebs. It's just so janky looking. But hey, I prefer to the alternative. Hey, Sped Scout. I am not entirely certain what language that is. Let's see this. I'm gonna take a quick break and also pop that into Google Translator to see what that means. But we'll be right back. Oh, okay. You do speak English. Hey, Sped Scout. First of all, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I popped it into Google Translate off stream just in case it was anything dodgy. And yeah, that's what I figured. And that's what Google Translate told me as well. So basically, you queue up for an island expedition from BFA. Actually, if you're willing to stick around for like 5 or 10 minutes, I just want to quickly explore the City of Threads, and then we'll hop back onto retail, and I'll show you how to queue up for an island expedition. Because I've been meaning to do some island expeditions in general, and there's also another BFA mount farm that I need to get all my alts through, and I've been meaning to go do anyway. So I'll show you that as well. But yeah, bear with me for 5 minutes. Oh god, okay, never mind. I don't think I can explore the City of Threads because I think I need some sort of renown, maybe? The Tangled Web in the Weaver's Lair in Ajkahet. Now, I don't know where the Weaver's Lair is here, but I don't have the quest for it, so I think I probably need to be higher level to unlock the quest line for that. It's telling me that there's an inn inside here, so I think it is just a matter of having enough renown to be able to... Oh, okay, so basically what you need to do, if you have an appointment, or actually, you know what? I think we can't, I think we probably can't explore anything in the City of Threads anyway. So I'll go ahead and pop open retail as well, and we can quickly go through that as well. All right. Yeah, I'm guessing the entire zone. I'm guessing this entire city is probably not gonna have any NPCs that are friendly to me. But anyway, so that concludes our little beta exploration for today. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful to someone. All right. Basically, you need to have a character above level 50 at the very least. Or maybe not, actually. If you have a group, you can probably do it at a lower level. Who can we take over that I know has the... Should we do it on my main? Yeah, fine, let's do it on my main. But basically what you need to do is you need to head to your faction capital, so either Orgrimmar or Stormwind. Head to the portal room, and we're going to take the portal over to I'm trying to remember what the alliance cap is. Well, I'm trying to remember what both of the BFA capitals are called. For Horde, it's Zuldazar, and for Alliance, it's Borealis. So you'll need to take the portal from Orgrimmar. Do you play Horde or Alliance? Let me know, Sped, if you're playing Horde or Alliance, because we can then quickly go through that. Oh, for the Horde, for sure. I mean, I main a Horde. I main Horde. I've mained Horde since... Like, literally, the only times I played Alliance were, like, up until Wrath, I want to say. Yeah, up until Wrath, and then for Classic. Like, Season of Discovery, Hardcore. Or no, even Hardcore I played Orgrimmar. Oh, okay. So if you're trying to level with them, I'm not 100% certain if you need to like do any quests to unlock it or whatever. But let's port over. I wonder if you're leveling. I wonder if you're leveling if you can queue up and like find a group to do island expeditions with. Is there a reason you're trying to level in island expeditions? Also, is there a reason you translate it into Japanese? Do I? I forgot to ask that. I was so confused by it that I didn't think to I forgot to ask you about that. But basically, you'll come over to the capital. If you take the portal from Orgrimmar, it should port you to where we just landed right there, right? And basically, then you'll come around this way and back in this corner here. So we're right here on the map, next to the Grand Bazaar, or where it says Grand Bazaar, and there'll be a table here that you can. Well, first of all, there should be. Yeah, there's a quest you can pick up, and then you can click on the table and basically pick well, I think this will randomly select which of these three you get, but you can pick a difficulty and then just basically hit find crew and start going. The bat mount, yeah, I think that's one of the vendor mounts, right? Doubloons traders, do I have that one? I may already have that one, actually. Island expedition. Oh, the Blood Gorge Hunter. Oh, I see why you want this. Yeah, this is super sick looking, especially for like a Frost Death Knight or like a Frost Mage, with like a transmog to match. This would look sick as heck. The Island Expedition mounts are actually really good looking. It's just they seem like a major pain in the butt to farm up. Although I guess 2 of them we can just buy off the vendor for this currency. I don't think any of my alts have any seafarers doubloons. I don't think I've ever done them on alts. But I think there's... Oh, this is a pet. Okay, for a second I thought that was Matt. Thanks for stopping by, Sped. If you enjoyed any of the content or got any help out of this, please do drop a follow, and or check out my YouTube channel. I do post a lot of mount guides. Well, I have recorded a bunch of mount guides that I'm going to be posting pretty soon. I have done some previous streams where we like got 12 mounts in like 2 hours or whatever. So if you're interested in collecting mounts, check out the YouTube channel and my video on demand as well. But thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you so much for chatting as well. I hope your appointment goes well. And good luck on getting that mount. All right. As tempted as I am to farm some island expeditions, I think what we're gonna do instead is the war fronts. The war fronts here changed. Oh no, it's still Darkshore? I could have sworn it was supposed to like swap over to Arathi. Oh, I mean, I guess that gives me more time to. Did I miss? Maybe I missed an entire cycle. I don't think it was that long since I last did a warfront, or maybe I just didn't do it on my main. Welcome to the stream, everyone who's just joining us. By the way, we just got done with checking out all the different zones and checking out like the early stuff that you want to do, unlocking delves, all that stuff on the beta. And now I still have a bit of energy left in me, so we are probably going to do some mount farming. And we're basically in the Battle for Azeroth capital, which is Zuldazar or Dazar Alor, I guess is the actual name of the capital city in the zone of Zuldazar. And we're just looking at the warfront, like the different things that we can get from warfronts in order to get mounts. Now, I know that there's still at least one vendor mount that I need. Or there may even be 2 or 3. Service Metal Quartermaster. Yeah, let's come over to the end here. We have the Sandy Night Saber. Have I not completed the Battle for Darkshore on heroic difficulty? I need 350 and I have 235. I love saber mounts. That was actually the whole reason that my first character to max level was in TBC, and I leveled the Night Elf Hunter because I loved how the Panther, like these cat mounts looked. And so I've been like, I love that this month's trading post reward is this guy, the Kor'kron Warsaber, and I love how easy it is to unlock both this mount and the Sentinel Warwolf, because I also like the idea of Alliance characters riding around on a wolf. But in either case, I will be putting together a short little guide on how to get this as well. That will be on my YouTube channel in the next couple days. I do hate like plugging my YouTube channel because I feel kind of weird about it, but hey, it is what it is. Where's Dream Saber? Well, I guess we have the Dream Sabers. Bipedal Cat, I think is no. Bipedal Cat? Is that what a Dream Talent's supposed to be? Oh, I guess these are kind of cats. I just assumed they were dinosaurs. Oh wow, I guess I've just never zoomed in on one of these. Seek, did you know that these are technically cats that like they're like feathery cats? Yo, what? Have they been like this the entire time? I thought they were just feathery like raptors, but I guess they are cats, and they're like saber-toothed cats. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I like them. I'm working through the quest line to unlock this. Oh, right. This is the mount that they added since they just relaunched in China. And I wonder if they will give us any sort of way to unlock this for Western realms. In any case, what was I trying to do here? I was trying to see what other cat mounts are available to Horde players, I think was the point. Lions, Mana Sabers. Not Mana Sabers. What's the others? No, what did like all of the... Yeah, Sabers. Okay, there we go. Because I guess we have the Lions is like... I mean, my Spectral Tiger mount is still by far my absolute favorite mount. And looking back, like it was super expensive when I got it. I think I spent like 500,000 gold or something. But this is back when like 500,000 gold was like literally a lot, right? Whereas like today, 500,000 gold for a Spectral Tiger would be a steal. And that's understating it, right? Because there's just so few of those codes left out there. But yeah, I mean, the Spectral Tiger will always be my favorite mount by far. And I don't know if it's cope, but I actually low-key kind of prefer it to the Swift Spectral Tiger. But that may just be me coping. That may be cope. But somehow I feel like it looks cleaner, especially since the the model hasn't really been updated too much. But yeah, so what I was, I think what my original point here was I'm surprised that I haven't done a heroic Battle for Darkshore. I could have sworn that I did it last lockout, but I may be mistaken there. And we only need like 100 more of these honor-bound service medals. I don't think any of my alts have them, and I'm not even sure if they're transferable. Lag spike right there. Oh, they are transferable, but none of my alts have any. In any case, yeah, the Sandy Night Saber, definitely want to pick that up at some point. Interestingly enough, I have actually seen some groups in the group finder for heroic war fronts, so it makes sense that people are doing, like, I guess people are actually doing them. Okay, so I'm guessing that this means in 4 days we'll be able to go to Arathi. And that would explain why we have the quest up. All right, let's quickly pop over to Darkshore and let me just check if I am locked out on those mounts. Cuz I've been farming, I've been taking my alts through Darkshore. And just flying around, the mobs fall, like obviously the rares are all up, and they just fall over. Oh, so I either I missed an entire cycle and I missed Arathi, and I just didn't realize how how many days had passed since I'd done Arathi, because I thought the whole thing was that like the entire cycle lasts like 2.5 weeks or something, or like 3 weeks or something, and you can only farm them every like once every 3 or 4 weeks or something ridiculous like that. But again, that's probably just me being misinformed or misunderstanding something. Because Ibis, although I think this boss does have like a weekly lockout, so that's not a great sign. But basically I think there's 4 rares that you want to take out. This guy's one of them. And most often you'll get nothing, but the drop rate's not that bad, right? We've taken him out on like 6 different characters on this account, and we have a 26% chance to have had it drop already. And then there's Blackpaw, which also didn't drop the mount for us. I don't know if there's any other Darkshore mounts that we need here, but basically in Darkshore, you'll take that little portal, you'll show up here, and then there's 4 mounts that you get there's 4 mounts that'll just drop off of various rares. The first one is Alash Anir, which is located somewhere right here on the map. Right, we already got that one to drop for us. I think I even got it on video. There's the Umber Night Saber, which is also super cool looking, and this drops from Aethel Dewfire, who's I want to say down here. Yeah, down here, Aethel Dewfire. This guy right here, and he'll drop the Umber Knight Saber. And then there is the Frightened Kodo, which I believe paths around here somewhere. Let's see if I can find it on the mouse over. But in either case, it paths around here basically. But that, yeah, sorry, these are the different spawn points, right? When I mouse over it like that, you can see it sort of paths in a circle around here. But this doesn't pop up very often. Like, it's barely up for like, I think 15 minutes, and it, like, someone timed it, and it's like 13.5 hours after every server reset, and then randomly at any point after that. So I suppose if you really wanted to, you could probably park a character here and eventually hunt down this Frightened Kodo. I don't know if it's a guaranteed drop off of the mob though. Then there's Black Paw, which drops off of this guy here. You only have 1 chance per cycle of the event, and it's basically just a bear mount without a harness, which is kind of cool. And then there's the Kaldorine Night Saber, and like I said, I'm a sucker for Night Saber mounts, especially on Horde characters. And this one drops off of Shadowclaw, who we just took out earlier, who's like right next door. But I mean, you can basically do this on every character in like 5 minutes, right? You can just log on real quick, take out this thing, and basically endlessly farm it. Like, I'm literally about to log on to another character right now and do this on each of them, because I don't want to wait another lockout. But yeah, this is our guy here, Shadowclaw, who has a chance to drop the mount. And handily, there's also a portal back to Zuldazar from right here, so you can, if you don't want to use up your Hearthstone or whatever. I need to check my BFA mission table actually, because I think there's still a couple of BFA factions that I'm trying to casually gather renown with, or reputation, I guess it's called back in BFA. I feel like BFA is the only WoW expansion that I didn't play that much at all when it was current, and just because I, again, just didn't really like it that much. I feel like BFA wasn't great, and then Shadowlands, I don't think I even came back for the launch of Shadowlands, because that's how much BFA put me off. Now, idly, what I would do is I would go grab the Dark Moon buff so that I can max out how much reputation I'm getting from each of these, right? Because that buff will give you 10% bonus rep. We completed the Voldenai. Yeah, now we're exalted with the Voldenai, and I don't think we need it. Well, I guess there's like 2 toys that we can get from the Paragon chest, but I think there was something that we needed. I think there's a mount or something. No, so we don't need honor mount. We can go ahead and we can blacklist this one. The Voldenai we should keep up, because I do kind of care about collecting toys. Like, it's not a huge goal for me, but I'll do it if I can. Oh wait, what are my champions at Azeroth? Well, I mean, I could care less about Azerite and artifact power for my Heart of Azeroth, so let's go ahead and just do that one. All right. We can't port back to Valdrakken from here anyway. All right, let's heart this character back. Oh, or we do the event. We have 18 minutes to. We'll get to the event when we get to the event. All right, and I think we're even gonna. You know what? We're gonna step it up a notch, and we're gonna actually have 2 characters, and do this at the same time on both, and hopefully we can get the dang mount to drop. And of course, because I'm streaming, I can't just log in on the first attempt, right? WoW has to throw an error my way, and then we can log in. And hopefully it doesn't do that again. Jeez, I have so many different characters that I can farm this freaking thing on. But hey, that's for once that's actually a good thing, because I can basically just brute force my way into getting all of the Darkshore mounts this lockout, and then when we have the Arathi, what do you call it, event up, we can farm up all those as well with all of these alts. Because the drop rate's pretty forgiving on them. Do you have all the Darkshore mounts, Seek? I'm guessing you would, but